Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Committee. I'm the Chairman, Councillor Pauline Hazel. To begin the meeting, there are a few matters of housekeeping. A risk assessment, including COVID-19 risks, has been undertaken for this meeting. Hand sanitizer, wipes and masks are available. Masks should be worn whilst arriving and moving around the meeting room, unless you have a medical exemption. Can I remind everybody that seating is socially distanced within 2 meters between each seat? Please do not move the chairs. Masks can be removed when seated. There are no practice alarms planned for this evening, so if an alarm sounds, please evacuate the town hall by going down the main staircase or the back staircase to the High Street, and then to the car park behind the town hall in St Ronald Street. This meeting is being recorded for live broadcast over the internet on the Council's YouTube channel and will also be available afterwards. Please would speakers use microphones at all times and speak directly into the microphone. And would participants, both those joining us online and in the moot hall, please mute the microphones when not speaking. Members of the committee will introduce themselves, starting from my right, then the rest of the committee who are sitting opposite.
I'm Robert Davidson, Councillor for Mersey and Pyfleet Ward.
Councillor Jackie McLean from Markstown Lair Ward.
Roger Mannion, Councillor for Tiptree Ward.
Gerard Oxford, Highwoods Ward.
Chris Pearson, Labour Councillor for Beerchurch.
Mike Lilly, Councillor for Old Heath, The Hive and Rowhedge.
I'm Helen Chua, Councillor for St Anne's and St John's Ward.
Lynn Barton, Councillor for Shrub End.
In attendance here or via Zoom are planning officers Annabelle Cooper, Lucy Mondon, James Ryan, John Miles, Chris Harden and Simon Cairns. Democratic Services officers are here for procedural matters. Members of the committee may use electronic devices to access their meeting papers, and visitors are welcome to use mobile phones and other devices, including cameras, but please use them discreetly, set them to silent, and do not use voice or camera flash functions. We may have a break at 8 o'clock, subject to the items remaining. There are toilets on every floor in the building and an induction loop in this room. This is a quasi-judicial committee which makes decisions based on material planning considerations following the laws of the land and policies of the council. If the committee is minded to refuse an application, members will use such considerations and evidence that will stand up in a court of law. The material planning considerations are listed in the committee's agenda. Item 2 is have your say. Has everyone who wishes to speak registered their name? If not, please will they do so now?
There's no indications, Chairman.
If anyone has a petition they wish to present to me on any of the items on the agenda this evening, please do so now.
No one's indicating, Chairman.
There are no urgent items. Number 5 is declaration of interest. I do apologise, I have missed our substitutions. We have 2 substitutions this evening. Councillor Gerard Oxford for Councillor Beverley Oxford and Councillor Chris Pearson for Councillor Warnes. Declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor Oxford.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm told I have a prejudicial interest on the first item, the ASDA, the McDonald's application, as long before we knew who was going to be on this committee, I'd made a comment about it. So I've been advised by Andrew Weavers that I need to leave the room, not speak or vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oxford. Committee, may I ask?
Chairman, Councillor Chu was indicating.
Beg your pardon, Councillor.
All right, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to declare non-pecuniary interest on 7.3, as I was the former stakeholder governor for CBC. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, may I ask you to confirm as correct the record of the minutes of the meetings held on the 26th and 27th of May 2021. Is that all in favour?
Agreed.
Thank you. I will now go to the have your say sheet and list the planning applications before us this evening. Item 7.1, Turner-Rise Retail Park. We have the presenting officer, Annabel Cooper. A speaker against, Mr. Richard Chandler via Zoom. Speaking for, Craig Nunes, agent. And visiting councillors, Councillor Goss via Zoom, Councillor King via Zoom. Item 7.2, Colchester Road, West Burgolt. We have again presenting officer Annabel Cooper. Speaking against is Parish Councillor Bob Tyrrell, Chairman of the West Burgolt Planning Committee via Zoom. No public speaker for, and Councillor Willits via, Councillor Willits, I believe, is here in the chamber. Or is he coming by Zoom? Is he?
No, by Zoom, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. I thought I saw you a moment ago. Thank you.
Chairman, we've also got Councillor Barber joining us by Zoom as well now.
Thank you. He's not on my list. Item 7.3, the Mary Barron building at Colchester General Hospital. And we have the CEO of the East Suffolk and North Essex NHS Foundation Trust, Nick Hume, who wishes to speak to us, and he is here with us this evening. Item 7.4, land at the rear of the Colchester Centre, Hawkins Road, Colchester. We have presenting officer James Ryan. And we have for Mr. Chris Board, who is from ABC Planning, and visiting councillor, Councillor Tim Young. Item 7.5, Woodview Close, Colchester. We have presenting officer John Miles. Against, we have Mr. Graham White, who is here with us this evening, and for Mr. Ray Miller, the applicant, who is here with us as well. And we have visiting councillor Mike Hogg. Item 7.6 is Box Cottage, the Avenue, West Burgolt. We have presenting officer Chris Harden. There are no speakers for or against, but we have councillor Dennis Willits via Zoom. We have no items this evening that can be taken on block. So may we start with item 7.1, and Councillor Oxford has now left the room, so may I ask Annabel Cooper to start off this application, please?
Apologies, technical issues. Good evening, councillors. The application has been called to committee by Councillor Goss. The application is for a freestanding restaurant with drive-through facilities, as well as there being wider changes to the retail park at Turner Rise, including landscaping and access. There are a few amendments I just wanted to mention. A point of clarity, Councillor King has objected and he was lost in the objection, so that has been made clear online. There's been a further 25 comments of support received since the committee report was published. A summary of those comments are: it supports Colchester's economy, employment opportunity and business rates. Councillor Goss has provided the joint strategic need assessment for 2019, which sets out the adult and child obesity figures on pages 41 to 44. This has been indexed to the planning file and is publicly available. And there's been one further objection received from a retail unit at Turner Rise. They comment about traffic, the transport statement, the additional impact on the exit roundabout, litter, the construction methodology and the 24-hour operation. All of this is set out in your amendment sheet. So this is a location plan of the retail park. So it's accessed off Petrolia Close, and there are two access points, both in and out. There's the Asda, which is over to the one side, and the majority of the retail units are arranged in this U-shaped structure here. There's also a few freestanding structures, such as the Pizza Hut, and the application for the freestanding restaurant is adjacent to that Pizza Hut. In terms of the principle, Turner Rise Retail Park is allocated as an urban district centre and in a regeneration area. As such, the council seeks a range of uses. In this area, there's also an existing freestanding Pizza Hut, which has set a precedent for the site, and there is a former planning application that was approved for development on this part of the retail site for retail, as well as some further food and beverage facilities as well. There have been a number of comments in support as well as objections. One of the main points in the objections that was brought up was the impact on traffic and highway safety. Applicant has provided a transport statement, which was done in accordance with the methodology agreed with the Highways Authority prior to it being submitted. The Highways Authority have reviewed the transport statement as well as the wider application, and they've deemed that it would not have a detrimental impact on highway safety. In terms of highways capacity, the Highways Authority recognises it would likely generate additional new trips, however, that the impact was unlikely to be severe. Given this, they support the application, and as they are experts in this matter, their comments hold significant weight. There is also to be sufficient parking retained at the site, despite there being car parking arrangements changed. I'm just going to flick through some photos of what it looks like at the moment. So this is where the application site is to be. And this is the access that will also be amended. And there's going to be a wider landscaping scheme, which I'll go into in more detail later, which impacts the wider area, but it's still considered that sufficient parking will be retained. So in terms of traffic generation, parking, access and highway safety, it's deemed to comply with the local development policies. In terms of environmental protection, a plethora of documents have been submitted in support of the application, including odour assessment, noise assessment, and a litter management plan, to name some. These have been assessed by the planning officer and by the environmental protection team. It's considered that with the conditions imposed, that there will be no adverse impact on existing public or residential amenity. One point to note is that there are no operational hours to be imposed, so it could run for 24/7, though there would be hours restricting the delivery to the site. It is anticipated that there would be some additional traffic generated to the site, although this is to be minimal, as it is expected a lot of the trips will be to the wider retail park and there'll be link trips. As such, there has been a consideration of the impact on the air quality. The applicants have submitted a travel plan and have been in discussions with Colchester Borough Council's Sustainability and Transport team, and it's been agreed that there can become the travel plan will become an approved document with some further amendments, and this will be secured by condition. In terms of the design, scale and form, it's a 2-storey freestanding building that will look very much like a McDonald's. They have a standard design principles, but in its context next to the freestanding Pizza Hut and in a retail park, it's considered that is acceptable. I discussed previously that there would be some changes to the wider retail park in terms of landscaping, and this would result in the loss of some trees. But our Borough Officer and the Landscape Officer have stated that a lot of the trees in existence are not in a good state of repair, and this gives us the opportunity to secure landscaping with optimum growing situation for trees that are to be replanted. Here is some of the landscaping scheme that is to be situated directly next to the freestanding unit. A number of the comments that have been received have been with regards to public health. However, this cannot be a material planning consideration. There is currently no national or local or supplementary planning documents that mean that this can be a material planning consideration. However, the applicant have provided a public health and wellbeing document which sets out as a business how they provided customers with the information for them to make healthier choices and how they've reformulated their food recently. Other matters addressed in the committee report are contaminated land and flood risk, and there is to be no issue with these. On balance, the proposed development will create over 65 jobs, as well as having a wider impact on the economy from the construction phase to the supply chain and business rates. It's also considered to be in a sustainable location and could be served by sustainable methods, which includes an improvement to the access and walking and cycle networks of the site, as well as there being a public improvement to the public realm. It is accepted that there will be some loss of trees and there will be some trips generated to visit the freestanding restaurant. However, it's considered that the positive benefits in terms of the economic and social impacts outweigh any negative impacts that have been identified, and is subsequently recommended for approval subject to the conditions in the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now ask Mr. Richard Chandler to speak to us, please?
Hi there. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak here. As has already been said, my name is Richard Chandler. I live off Northern Approach, which is one of the approach roads to the Asda Retail Park. I've lived there for 7 years, and I also grew up in the area. So I have a large amount of knowledge of the expansion of Colchester residentially, as well as the subsequent traffic increase that's come along with that. With regards to the planning proposal, I'm speaking on behalf of a large number of local residents who object to the introduction of another McDonald's, which would mean Colchester would have 5, but more specifically to the proposed area. I would state that there are 3 already different McDonald's restaurants located within 1.3 miles of where I'm sitting. Essentially, this means that, like a large number of people, I can choose to drive or walk or get a delivery from any McDonald's, should I wish to do so, because all of these restaurants do deliver. In busy periods, the junctions around the train station and the entrance and exit to the retail park are very congested already. On a Saturday, for example, it is not unusual for it to take anywhere from an hour to 2 hours to get into or out of the retail park. You can choose to drive for it for any reason. Obviously, this gets increased hugely if there is any kind of traffic incident on the A12, as typically then the traffic travels down past the football stadium, past the train station to get out of the other side of the A12. Even today, there's been an accident on that retail park that's caused massive delays everywhere in the area. There are already following places to eat or buy takeaway food from on the retail park, as has already been identified, as well as the various stores and a large Asda, all meaning there are large numbers of people travelling into and out of the park at all times of the day and night. There is also the petrol station as well, all of which impacts the travel going in and out of that retail park. If, as proposed, the McDonald's is placed where it's planned and attracts the kind of numbers predicted, and also increases the traffic from the other McDonald's going to that as predicted, that can only be worse. All of those companies also get deliveries from places like Deliveroo and Just Eat, so that is a further impact on the travel going into and out. All of this is without considering any of the other impacts of the local area on litter and parking, as well as the other items mentioned in the other objections around obesity rates and the proximity to schools and the noise and all of the other bits. I hope, I'm not used to speaking in these kind of scenarios, I hope that you've got an understanding of how passionately I feel. I'm one person that's been allowed to speak on this from a large number of residents in the local area to which I live who are really not very happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. May I now ask Mr. Nunes to address the committee, please? And Mr. Nunes, you will have 3 minutes and the bell will go after 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Craig Nunes and I'm the franchisee for McDonald's and operate 9 local restaurants. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you today to support the application and to add some detail to the report before you. Schroders and McDonald's have worked closely with officers throughout the application process and are pleased with the recommendation to approve the proposal. I want to take this opportunity to reiterate my commitment to invest in the local area for the long term. I currently employ 935 people across my 9 restaurants. The addition of this restaurant would allow me to provide at least 85 new job opportunities for local people. I am committed to making Colchester a better place to live, work, and do business. Locally, I sit on the board of the Colchester Bid. I'm a founding member of the Colchester Ambassador Group, and I'm also part of the Colchester Leisure Recovery Group. My drive-through restaurants in Colchester all display signage in support of the council's curler scheme, encouraging our customers to switch off their engines while waiting on the sites. In 2021, my Colchester restaurants have donated 2 large donations to the Colchester Food Bank. We sponsor the Phoenix Disabled Swimming Club, we sponsor the SOS Bus, and we work closely with the local community in all areas to support charities and clubs. McDonald's worked very hard to make sure the area around the restaurants is litter-free. Last year, we launched Keep Up the Cleanup, a litter picking campaign during which we carried out over 450 cleanups, including in Colchester. Our restaurant teams continue to participate in Keep Britain Tidy's The Great British Spring Clean. And last year, we launched Get It in the Bin, a social media campaign encouraging our customers to dispose of our packaging responsibly. Staff at all of my restaurants carry out a minimum of 3 daily cleanups in the immediate area, picking up all litter, not just McDonald's packaging. And over the next 8 weeks, I have 9 litter events organised, each focusing on a restaurant area. We have over 120 staff volunteering to clean up their local communities. Our development team have worked hard with the officers during the course of the application to ensure the proposal before you is in an acceptable form, including greatly enhancing the landscape scheme and pedestrian and cycle routes on offer throughout the retail park. We have actively engaged with Essex County Council to ensure the proposal will not have a detrimental impact upon the wider road network. We welcome their support of the application. There are many benefits that the proposed scheme will bring, and I'm excited to invest further in the local area in the long term, providing a significant economic investment which will provide a range of benefits to the local community. We are pleased with the officer's recommendation, and we trust you can now support the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nunes. Now may we ask Councillor Goss to address the committee, please. And Councillor Goss, you know you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody. This is a really important application this evening. McDonald's do fantastic community work, so this isn't anything to do with any dislike of what they do. Craig does fantastic work. What is really concerning is this is simply the wrong location for McDonald's number 5 in Colchester. And only 2 days ago, Dunelm Mill, the biggest retailer on the retail park, objected and cited exactly the same reasons that I've cited and many residents have cited that isn't in the report, that the traffic assessment is based on a retail park in Croydon. Let me just repeat that. The traffic assessment for the retail park traffic is based on a retail park in Croydon on a McDonald's store there. And Dunelm Mill have also picked up on it. And what they've said is that Dunelm Mill has a store there. And they've pointed out in their objection that the retail park, that the traffic assessment, let me say it again, from Croydon, is smaller and not comparable to the one that is in Colchester. And they believe the traffic impact will be much worse than that outlined in the report. 8.3 in the planning report states that there is definitely congestion in Petrolia Close, and there have been numerous reports. I've been a councillor for 13 years, and this has been a pain point in Colchester that's got worse and worse as we've built more housing in North Colchester with still 1,500 units to complete, which will push all the traffic through North Station. And there have been issues where customers of Asda have been stuck for 2 hours. We've had a pregnant mother caught in the car park, not far from giving birth. And customers have received penalty notices because there are AMPR cameras. 8.3 in the report acknowledges concerns about the congestion and blocking of Petrolia Close, and it does actually reference it if you look under 8.3. Although the drive-through lane is built to hold 18 cars, if you visit any McDonald's in the area, they are always busy. And when you go to Leisure World, at times you cannot get into Leisure World because of the congestion and the backup from the Cowdray Avenue McDonald's. And the A12 one is also exceedingly busy, where traffic does spill out into the lanes. So my concern is this will block one of the entry or exit points into Turner Rise, and people will not be able to get in and out. And this is mentioned in paragraph 5 of 8.3 of the report. In 8.10, the Colchester Cycling Campaign have objected. 8.11, the NHS has objected on health grounds. And I've provided the obesity report, which is available, which shows that adult obesity is getting worse in Colchester, with a 5th highest obese set of adults in Essex, and we're 3.1% worse than the English average. And child obesity is also an issue in Colchester, with us ranking the 7th highest in Essex, and also Colchester is above the English average. There have been 232 objections in total from Colchester residents, including the one from Dunelm Mill. And the issue around car parking is that you're only getting 4 extra car parking spaces and no new car parking spaces for the 65 staff, although I've just heard Craig say it'll be 85 staff. There are 100 car parking spaces on the retail park that serves all the retailers. There are no extra car parking facilities for those extra 85 or 65 staff, whatever the correct number is. I litter pick Petrolia Close and North Station every Saturday, and there is litter there every weekend, and I litter pick it. And absolutely, McDonald's do litter pick, but I would want to see more litter picking in this location, etc. And I'd also like to see McDonald's fund some bins if this does go ahead along Petrolia Close. There's also issues on the retail park with antisocial behaviour, where there was the first public space protection order in the country to deal with boy racers, and that problem is back now because there is no public space protection order, and environmental control are again involved along with the police. So my concern is that a 24-hour restaurant will make this a lot worse and disturb local residents. 14.26 in the report mentions emissions, and to offset that, the council has agreed that there'll be 12 cycle spaces and a travel plan, but that is not going to work at a drive-through restaurant, and there are no emission readings in the report to tell us how bad air quality is or what it's likely to be with all those cars parked. That won't turn off engines because people just do not turn them off, as we've seen from the work done. So as I've said, the traffic assessment is based on Croydon, and 47% of visitors that go to the A12.
Thank you, Councillor Goss. You've had your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I now ask Councillor King to address the committee? And again, Councillor King, you have your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me. Start the clock.
Yes, we can.
Great. I just want to make very plain, this is not about McDonald's being described as a good company, well run. Craig, this is not about you either. I hope you understand that. This is about me trying to look after our ward, our part of Colchester, and to make clearer than the reports have done what the counterbalancing arguments are to the one that's made about the economic, primarily the economic benefits. So I endorse the key objections. The list is lengthy, I shan't repeat them, but traffic increases, litter, waste, emissions and noise and added pressure are acknowledged. Those are facts that you may mitigate, facts you may address, but they're there. My focus in the short time I have, Chair, is really on the points around health and indeed wider public policy. Now, the Highway Authority recognises the proposal is likely to generate additional new trips. There's no doubt about that. There is debate about how many, but it doesn't follow through on what that means given the proven link between particulate emissions, how these will be increased as they will by virtual idling and extra journeys, and the impact on health. We'll all be aware of the recent inquest that confirmed air pollution can make a material contribution to death, and the coroner's ruling that there is no safe level of particulate matter in the air. That's supported by international studies, an increasing body of evidence and international rules on emissions. You have recommendations and proposals I recognise could be narrowly capable of support, but they do not fit the times, the challenges we face, or the health need of our residents. It is striking for me the NHS does not support this application. Neither government, county or our own policies, which focus on a better, healthier, more active style of life, also fit with what's proposed. Now, I recognise absolutely health issues come from many causes, but there are demonstrable links between fast food, eating habits, and the chances of many diseases, including diabetes. Now, free society, many choices. We all eat things that somebody else doesn't like or wouldn't want. But these are material considerations when they're taken in a cumulative fashion in terms of their impact with the issues that have been raised by Councillor Goss and by others. Committee can today signal it recognises what is in the planning policy framework, that planning decisions should strike a balance between what drives this application, economics, and I welcome extra jobs in the town, and the social and environmental disadvantages that are acknowledged, including those flagged by others, from traffic impacts, congestion and noise to litter. Now, officers say in the report at 1439 that the positive impacts outweigh the negative impacts identified, which they acknowledge, as I say, trip generation and impacts on public health. This is your choice, your judgment. These are material considerations. Just say it again. Public health is a material consideration. It's within the context of, it's referenced inside the national policy and framework. And it is, as I say, a prime driver of county and CBC policy and action in the community. So I argue that in this one case, they are incorrect to say that the positives outweigh the negatives, which I think, as Councillor Goss and others have amplified, are understated. And I recommend accordingly you reject this particular application in this particular location. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. Jan, am I correct that Councillor Coleman will not be joining us this evening?
Yes, that's right. It was just there because he thought he may make it, but he had another meeting as well. Thank you.
Well, committee, I will now throw open this application to you. Councillor Lilly.
Actually, Chair, to be fair, Councillor Chow had a hand up first before I did. No, you can go first.
Councillor Chua.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I know that Highways has got no objection to this application, and some of the comments that's been made are non-material planning considerations. But we have all received a leaflet from McDonald's who does state that they expect nearly half of the trips to this proposed restaurant will be coming from other McDonald's places as well. So definitely with this application, there will be more trips down there, and there'll be more traffic than if this application was rejected. That's all I have to say for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chua. Councillor Lilly.
Thank you. Yeah, it's quite interesting what Councillor Goss had to say. Looking through the documentation about it, it's really the only issue down here is actually about the traffic. And once again, highways have said there's no problem whatsoever with this application going through, as it will lead to more congestion, but they have no objections to it. And that leaves us once again, in a terrible position that we've been here so many times before in the past, that we all know that traffic is horrendous around that area, and this will lead to more traffic coming in and out. But we look to highways to give us the ammunition to reject an application if we could, but they haven't done so in this case. So I find myself in a predicament really about it. Now, the interesting thing is Councillor Goss has stated that the highways assessment was done based on Croydon, a place in Croydon. Now, I find that a bit incredible, really, that they never actually made a visit to the site and did a proper assessment. And we could see that. Once upon a time, we used to have a highways rep here, Martin Mason, who's a very good speaker and he knows what he's doing. So it would help this committee in future. We have someone from highways here to address these issues, because we don't know. But I'd like to know why they used a shopping centre in Croydon to say there's nothing wrong with this application here. It just doesn't seem right, does it really? So I'd like to know about that one if we could. On some of the other issues, it is a drive-through, so I would imagine that parking spaces are the least consideration for a drive-through, because you just drive. But we all know that people they drive through and they'll park up in the car park somewhere and they'll take up spaces. So there will be a loss of parking for the other outlets in the area. I'd like to know, how far away is the nearest neighbourhood resident that lives nearby for the noise? Because there is an issue as well. We heard a gentleman tonight turn up to say that it would affect them all. So I'd like to know how far away the nearest house is, please. And I think that's about all I have to say at this moment, but the Croydon issue is a bit of a worry.
Thank you, Councillor Lilly. Any other comments, members? Councillor Barron.
Thank you. Just want to endorse really what Councillor Lilly said. Could you give us some clarification on why the traffic assessment was based in Croydon? Is that normal? Because it seems inappropriate if nobody's actually visited the site. That was one thing. And secondly, the potential obesity has been raised, and just want confirmation that that is actually not a material planning consideration. So just those 2 points at the moment, as highways have, as we said, no objections whatsoever. So if you could just clarify that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Annabelle, would you like to answer those questions? I mean, from my point of view, it is a great pity that McDonald's didn't come to Colchester to actually carry out a proper assessment. But my knowledge of Croydon is that it has hundreds and thousands more people than we have here in Colchester. So again, I would have thought it would have been skewed in our favour rather than the other way. But perhaps, Annabelle, you can actually answer that. And also Councillor Barton's question on obesity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's unfortunate Martin couldn't be here today. He was supposed to be, so I apologise. I don't have the expertise that he does. I think the point of Croydon is getting blown up a bit out of proportion. I think that's based on what was said by the objection of Dunelm. So the transport assessment uses comparable data to assess against what could be the impact here. It doesn't mean that they haven't been out to come and assess the area itself. This was the comparable evidence that they used as they felt it was the most comparable to this area. The transport assessment as well, not only was it approved by the Highways Authority, they actually did a preliminary inquiry with the Highways Authority and they agreed the scope of what was going to be in the transport assessment. So this transport assessment is as good as it could have been from the Highways Authority's perspective. In terms of traffic generation, it is anticipated that there would be increased traffic generation. I've got a few figures I've pulled out of the transport statement. So on a Friday AM, it would have an increase of 48 vehicles at a peak. Friday PM, it would have a peak increase of 76 vehicles. On a Saturday, it would be a peak of 162. But what the Highways Authority were really mindful of, and what is apparent from the transport statement, is that there would be a significant amount of linked trips to people visiting the retail park generally. Also to be acknowledged is that there's going to be a significant improvement on the accessibility in terms of pedestrian and cycle. There's going to be a zebra crossing put in, the access point is going to be rearranged, and there's going to be a new cycle path throughout the site as well. In terms of the nearest house, I'll just share with you a plan.
Sorry, Chairman, while Annabelle's just getting this up on the screen, we do have Martin Mason online. So I do think when Annabelle's finished her explanation, we could hand you over to Martin Mason, if that would be acceptable to you, Chair. Thank you.
Very much so. Thank you.
I'm very relieved Martin's here. Excellent. In terms of the closest residential, you can see that the closest residential is all to the north of the retail unit. So it's, I think, about 200 metres away, and it's all screened by these significant structures that make up the retail park in this U structure. So there should be no concerns with regards to noise impacting residents, and it was not something that was flagged up by the Environmental Protection team. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have Mr. Mason, please?
Good evening, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, yes.
I'm not quite sure what's been going on, but I've actually been here since just before 6 o'clock. So I'm not entirely sure why you weren't aware that I was here, but I've been here from the beginning, to assure you. So in terms of this application, yes, the transport statement was based on the trip generation information within that was based on a site in Croydon, which obviously we questioned. Basically we did our own piece of work in-house. But we have access to a lot of information, as you can imagine, as the Highway Authority, including the TRIX database. And so we did our own piece of work because we weren't content that the site being based on a scheme in Croydon. And yes, as I said in my recommendation, quite clearly, the site would generate some new trips. There's no point telling you it won't. But at the same time, we have to assess those additional new trips against the National Planning Policy Framework, and whether we consider that those additional trips, those new trips, would have a severe impact on the network. And it's our professional view, based on obviously a lot of experience and with MPPF in mind, that those additional trips would not have a severe impact on the network. We have to treat each application on its own merits, and each application has to mitigate its own impact. I think it's also quite important to remember that this site will enable significant number of link trips to be made. So by that I mean somebody may wish to go to Asda or go to the gym or go to Dunelm and combine that with a trip to McDonald's for a meal before or afterwards. So that's what's meant by a link trip. There's also great opportunities in terms of this location for people to actually use the restaurant on their way home from work. So they've been up to London for the day. So it's only a short walk from the train station. So they might have something to eat on the way home from work, having used the train. And also there are numerous bus services locally. And excellent cycle infrastructure. So there are lots of opportunities for customers to use the restaurant as part of a link trip. And that also includes on a bicycle or walking, and also not forgetting the staff. Also great opportunities for them to walk to work or cycle to work, or walk from the train station or the local bus services. So I think on balance, and given the fact that sustainable transport is so important to us now, and government policy is clear that that's what we should be talking about, and not highway capacity, it is a sustainable location. It's very accessible by public transport, cycling and walking. There will be some additional trips, that's recognised, but those additional trips in terms of the NPPF and the tests for appeal would not be severe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speakers I have Councillor Pearson and then Councillor McLean. But before I ask Councillor Pearson to speak, Annabelle, could you answer the question that Councillor Barton asked about obesity, please?
So I think I stated in my presentation and in the committee report, there's no guidance within the NPPF or our local adopted policies that means that this is something that we could take into consideration. It is acknowledged that they have submitted a wellbeing assessment as well, which shows that they have made changes as a business, which gives the customer the choice to make the healthy decision. It's not our position to be preventing businesses. It's the consumer's choice that has to be taken into consideration.
Thank you, Annabelle. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I might have some sympathy with the remarks that were made by Councillor Goss and by Mr. Chandler about the effects on health of eating at McDonald's, but I'm not convinced that that is a material matter for us to consider planning. Especially being a non-meat eater myself, I wouldn't be frequenting McDonald's very often anyway. But as has already been stated, that's a matter of choice. I think I'm very pleased that Mr. Mason's here, because I know whenever I've sat on planning, I've always been concerned that when we have a highways matter to consider, we have the opportunity to at least interrogate the Highways Authority on how they've come to their conclusions. And I noted the remark in the document about the impact of the additional travelling and I'll quote, being unlikely to be severe. I'd just like to ask Mr. Mason, because I think we're all aware of how congested station approaches are most of the time. So I'd just like to ask Mr. Mason, if I could, Chair, through you, what or how many more journeys, especially at the peak periods in the travel plan as is outlined, would constitute severe?
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Mr. Mason, can you answer that question?
No problem, Chair. Thank you. I think we have to make a judgment on each application as it comes in. The test of severe is a difficult one, and I'm not sure it's been tested at appeal successfully yet. But yeah, we have to judge each application as it comes in, and look at the numbers and make a professional judgment, and I obviously give you guys some advice from a highway point of view as to whether we think we can sustain an objection via you guys, an appeal. Is it defendable? We have all those kind of questions to go through. We can only object to an application where we think it would lead to a severe impact on the network, or put it a different way, an impact that couldn't be mitigated, so the applicant's unable to provide appropriate mitigation. So we have to be very wary that if we're going to object to an application on the severe test, is it going to be a defendable appeal? Are we risking getting costs against the council because our position is not sustainable? So each case in its own merits. So yeah, that's how we deal with each application in terms of current planning policy.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pearson, would you wish to comment further?
Thank you, Chair. I think what I'm hearing there is that each straw doesn't add to the camel's back effectively. And that's where we are. And I think on the basis of the answers that I've just heard from our officer and from Mr. Mason, I propose that we approve the approval, Chair.
Before we go any further, do we have a seconder for that? No? Well, we'll carry on for, oh, sorry, Councillor Lilly, you will second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. Councillor McLean.
I've got it on. It's an interesting one, really. I lived at West Stanway and have my own McDonald's out there. Drive-through causes huge congestion, an enormous amount of litter around the lanes, and it's a bit of a nasty thought, really, when you see what goes on and what comes in and out and how you cannot get round the tollgate centre because it is absolutely chock-a-block for McDonald's. You know, I really wonder where the need is here. We've got the Cowdrey Centre one, we've got the one in Stanway, we've got the one in the High Street, we've got the one at the Northern Gateway, and where this nucleus is very, very highly congested, and it is a retail centre. And it's very sad that we're going to be putting this there and it's going to cause so much more congestion, and I fear we could be losing some retail, but maybe the retail needs to be out of Colchester. But I love the comment about the gym and the health with the McDonald's. I think that's just a classic. But anyway, I'm leaving it at that. I'm not keen on it at all.
Councillor Davidson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I mean, it's impressive to hear from Mr. Mason that there's still capacity when actually we all know in reality we've all been held up at that junction. So I have a lot of sympathy with the local residents. Having said that, on 8.2 it does say that the transport statement was considered by County Council in conjunction with its own knowledge of the local highway network as well as information and data available to it. The dilemma we have as the planning authority is that on appeal, almost certainly this would get overturned. So we really are in have a rock and a hard place situation, regardless of the Croydon issue. The other thing I'd like to say is that food choice, as far as healthy, that's really up to the individual, and it's not for us to determine. It's certainly not a material planning consideration, in my view. I mean, we're very lucky that the McDonald's franchisee at the moment is quite a responsible person, and he cleans up well, and I'm pleased to see there's a litter condition attached to the permission. But the other thing that I would like to make an issue of is the tree replacement. You might remember I was fighting for a magnolia tree at the previous meeting, and all I would ask is the landscape plan has yet to be agreed. Could we please ask that semi-mature 8-year-old specimens are established rather than a 2-year-old whip? Because actually at the end of the day it is important to they will reduce the carbon footprint a lot more than a small one would. The other thing I was going to ask Ms. Cooper was, I wonder if you got any comments on Councillor King's potential material planning objections. He was suggesting there were reasons to refuse. but I haven't heard anything about those yet. So, so I'm minded at the moment to grant permission, but I'm waiting to hear the full discussion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davidson. I would agree with you on the trees. I would, if this is to be approved, then mature trees do need to be replaced to make sure that they have a chance to survive. I have a problem with litter in that it isn't the fault of a restaurant or any business or outlet that people drop litter. I'm afraid we are a nation of litter droppers. They do not take their litter home, and I wonder that really we cannot penalise a business simply because the residents of this country are not very environmentally careful. The other point I wondered about was the fact that I understand this application, that there is a permission for a retail enterprise on that site. So if it's not McDonald's, what would it be? And I would suggest that whatever it is, it will require people parking their cars. So, you know, I think we are between a rock and a hard place because pollution is very problematic for us. But I'm not sure that any other application would actually reduce that number of parking or those number of trips. But that's all I have at the moment. Could you answer the question on the trees? Could that be conditioned that they are mature 8-year-old trees?
I think that would be a consideration of the landscape officer, who would be the person that would be involved with the discharge of condition. It would be possible maybe to include an informative, so it reminds officers that when it comes to that point, that's something important. One thing about the trees I would like to make, I think it is important, is a lot of the trees aren't doing very well that are to be removed, and the landscape officer has already made it clear that the infrastructure for the trees will have to be a sufficient standard so that they will thrive, and that will be a benefit to the trees that are currently there, which will have impact on their ability to absorb CO2 and whatnot. In terms of the comment for reasons of refusal, obviously the report has gone through what harmful impacts there are. There's harmful impacts with most development, but it's a judgment, and the judgment is that on balance the positive economic and social impacts of this unit do outweigh the harm. In terms of litter, there is a litter management plan, and I think the speaker for was quite clear at showing that they're a responsible organisation. And in terms of parking, you're very right in saying that there was a planning permission granted back in 2014, although that's not extant. That does show that there is a precedent set for development here, and there would be the same level of impact. And that application also had a significant change to the landscaping scheme and the parking. So it's very similar in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything we could do in regard to the trees, bearing in mind the trees are for the benefit of those retail outlets already there, and obviously their customers and the wider community? I'm surprised that the retail outlets do not take some responsibility for watering the trees and perhaps feeding them, because I would have thought that was their main problem, is watering, and it would be very helpful if everybody pitched in and made sure those trees were viable. Is there anything we can do on that regard?
Yes, there is a condition I've recommended, that's a landscape management plan. So within there, they will have to set out exactly how they will maintain the landscape that includes the trees. So that will be set out, and that would be agreed at a discharge condition and would be assessed fully by the landscape officer, who's the expert in that matter.
Thank you. Well, no further speakers. Committee, we have sorry, Councillor Lilly.
So it's just picking up your point about the litter and the rubbish. When I was on the licence and committee and such, we wanted McDonald's to put the registration numbers on all bags that were served, so that when these people chuck them out of the windows and in lanes all over the place, we could trace them and fine them to do that. But Craig didn't, Mr. Newman, he didn't take that one on offer. It has been done in other parts of the country, and it would be fantastic if we was to get that in Colchester, because those people are rural areas. It's full of McDonald's bags and other outlets as well, I might add. It's not just those. But it's not a planning consideration, I'm afraid, but it's just something I've always wanted over the years. And it'd be nice for a big major chain like McDonald's to lead the way in fighting the litter front.
Well, that's a very good idea. So perhaps you could. My own experience the other day, walking down from the town hall down West Stockwell Street to the car park, in that short space, there are two very large litter bins, and yet the whole pavement was littered with cigarette butts. It would have been easier to put the butt in the bin, but there they were all over the pavement. So that's what we're up against. But anyway, Councillor McLean.
Well, as the owner of McDonald's is such a responsible, charitable person and does so much good for the area, could we not send an informative to actually ask him to actually do that? Because, you know, he wants to work with us and we might work with him. So, and it'd be good for everybody.
Would that be possible, Annabelle? Can we do that?
I mean, we could put an informative in there. Whether that's something they follow up with is up to them, but it's definitely something we could put on at the end of the planning permission.
Thank you. Committee, we have a proposal to approve. Do we have a proposal to refuse? No? Well, then we will go to the vote. All those in favour to approve the McDonald's application for the restaurant at Turner Rise, will you raise your hand?
That's 6, Chairman.
Thank you. All those against?
That's 2.
Abstentions? No?
None, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We can now move on to...
Chairman, we'll just get Councillor Oxford back.
Sorry, yes, of course. He's had to wait rather a long time. Good to have you back, Councillor Oxford. We will now move on to application 7.2, which is the Colchester Road, West Burgolt. And again, Annabelle, please, will you start us off? Thank you.
Thank you. This application has been called in by Councillor Barber. The application is for a part change of use of an existing shop to partially become a takeaway, which is to be a fish and chip shop. Since the committee report was published, there's been one further objection received. A summary of the objection is issues with regards to road safety, inadequate parking, odour and waste. Apologies, that's slightly blurry. This is a location plan. It's within along Colchester Road. It's an existing commercial unit, which is a shop, and it's in a predominantly residential area. Here's a photograph of the shop as it exists. It has an entrance to the shop, and then there's an entrance to the flats above. It's connected to a couple of residential dwellings. And this is just a photograph from the rear of the site. I'll just run you through a few plans. This is the shop layout as it is at the moment. And this is what is proposed. So the vast majority is to be retained as a shop, with this section here to be the fish and chip shop. There's also to be a cold store room to be placed outside at the rear of the site. This is where the cold store is going to be in relation to the proposed change of use. This is just showing you there, and I have a photograph of what would be placed there as well. So the most important considerations here today are the principal, impact on neighbouring residential community, parking and highway safety. The proposal will have economic and social benefits. It would provide a new business to West Bergall, as well as to provide employment opportunities for 3 full-time members of staff and 2 part-time members of staff. It's also a diversification of an existing commercial unit and would see an improvement to the external appearance of the unit, which is looking a bit tired at present. It's considered to be in a sustainable location and would serve a population that could access it by sustainable methods such as foot and cycling. So therefore, the principle is considered to be acceptable. The Highways Authority have not objected to the proposed change of use with regards to traffic generation. There is car parking, a large area to the rear which could be used as staff car parking, and there is an existing lay-by to the front which is used to serve the existing shop. For the use as a hot food takeaway, in the parking standards, it's a maximum standard, therefore there is no requirement for specific parking to be located at this area. In terms of environmental protection, it is anticipated that there would be some impact on residential amenity. However, there have been a number of conditions that have been imposed with regards to odour and noise and litter. And it's considered by the environmental protection team that with these measures in place, it could be sufficiently controlled to maintain adequate amenity of the residents. Therefore, it's considered that the economic and social benefits outweigh the concerns identified and is recommended for approval subject to the planning conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle. May I ask Parish Councillor Bob Tyrrell to speak to us, please?
Yes, good evening. My name is Bob Tyrrell. I'm Chair of West Bergholt Parish Council Planning. Parish Council and residents are concerned that the applicant has made no effort to enter into dialogue regarding the proposals for change of use to create a takeaway shop in a residential area in the heart of the village. The application has been presented as a fait accompli. The report does not mention our neighbourhood plan. The application does not comply with PP14, and therefore we think the application should be refused. Our plan clearly states expansion of employment sites, proposals to upgrade or extend existing employment sites will only be supported provided that 1. The impact on the amenity enjoyed by occupants and of nearby properties is acceptable, and 2. Where appropriate, they can demonstrate that traffic impact is acceptable in terms of highway safety and amenity of nearby residents. The residents are against the application, so therefore we seek refusal or deferral so that there can be some negotiation with the applicants. We object to the application due to the probable impact, increased traffic issues, parking, road safety, proximity to the junction opposite. In addition, there's a particularly late evening operating times, which will attract additional traffic and could cause disturbance. Hours of opening, which we believe to be excessive and will cause disturbance. This is a small village. Potential increase with litter. The applicant has made no effort to speak to the parish council to justify the proposals and has made no effort to demonstrate any mitigation or limit these impacts or attend tonight's meeting. The location of the flue extract chiller units will probably cause noise and disturbance to adjacent properties, specifically the house at 85 next to the shop. There is scope to move the flue to a more central location at the rear of the shop. We think there's inadequate parking and there is space, as mentioned, to the rear of the shop for further parking. These proposals lack any detailed information relating to the above points. This spells out our position in regards to the application. Finally, you've heard our objections. The Borough Council, if the Borough Council is minded to grant approval to the application, we request that additional planning conditions are included. West Berkholt is a quiet village. There should be a limit on the opening times, say 4 to 9 weekdays, closed until then because of the school bus. Then on Saturday, say 4 to 9, and closed Saturdays and bank holidays. Closed Sundays and bank holidays because this is a residential area. This is similar to the fish and chip shop in 8 Ash Green. We would seek regular contributions to facilitate collection and removal of litter based on the rubbish generated. And finally, we would like, if possible, the planning to be limited to 12 months so CBC can assess the impact on the neighbourhood. Thank you for listening. And does anybody have any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Tyrrell. I don't believe we're allowed to actually ask you questions. I will now invite Councillor Willits to speak to us, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It was in fact me who called in this application, although I've found it difficult to persuade people that that was so. I called in this application because it failed to show the location, type, size of the equipment needed to ensure that odours did not pervade the neighbourhood or cause malfunction of the sewage system. In fact, I was quite amazed, Chairman, that the location of the interceptor traps to prevent grease getting into the sewers were not shown in the plans. And equally amazed on fumes and odour, that the location of fans, filters, the scheme of replacement of filters, which is particularly important, and odour control were not included in this application. In effect, I think it was a defective application from the start. Could I give you an instant planning tutorial on fish and chip shop takeaways? Not rocket science, go to any in the borough and observe, and you'll instantly notice two planning features: the smell and the chaotic parking. Neither have been successfully controlled by the planning committee. We pretend that a few well-chosen conditions will solve all the problems, but we know that it never does. Dealing with these vital planning matters in turn, the smells and the odour. The planning officer agrees, and stated in her report, there is insufficient detail within the submitted application to ensure control of fumes and odours so as to avoid unnecessary detrimental impact on the surrounding areas or neighbourhood. Coming to the rescue, the environmental protection team have demanded further information to be submitted with regard to control and measures for fumes, smells and odours, referring to the council's guide notes for odour extraction and control systems. Surely, Chairman, all this should have been cleared up before this came anywhere near the committee, rather than suggesting that we give permission in principle, then have to go back and fight for all the proper controls to be implemented. We know also, Chairman, that these controls do effectively work on day one, but it takes time and money to clean and replace, and quite often the applicant is reluctant to do so. Local residents complain. There is a battle of attrition between the operator or the applicant and the environmental protection team, which gets more and more reluctant to actually take firm action. The second vital planning matter is traffic and parking. By their nature, I would suggest, Chairman, fish and chip shops cook product in batches. Fish is available, but the chips are not yet cooked. Chips are available, but the save law always be queues. And despite the utopian dream that all customers will walk or cycle, if permission is given, there will be a significant passing trade from the B1508 as people move from Colchester to the northern villages and vice versa in the evenings. A significant portion of these customers will come by car, that's absolutely obvious. They will have to queue, they will have to wait for their orders to complete cooking, and this nuisance will continue until 11 p.m. at night. The only parking, as you saw on the photograph, is a small lay-by nearby. But what was not said, Chairman, that this is often used by local people, nearby residents who frequently park, visitors park there, residents park there, in no way connected with the fish and chip shop. So this is already a well-used lay-by. The other day I went by and saw an HIV blocking most of the lay-by. But of course it's a lay-by with highways rights, so they're quite entitled to park there, although they're nothing to do with the fish and chip shop, and they would block effectively its parking space. So the B1508 around this area will be indiscriminately clogged with parked cars while the owners wait for their chips to finish cooking. It's an absolute foreseeable consequence of this application being approved. There is no designated parking, and it should be disapproved rather, on that matter alone. Chairman, I support village shops and stores. They provide a service, they provide employment, but the planning committee must ensure that they do not become a significant nuisance, and this one will. I do not believe that the planning committee, despite its good intentions, can sufficiently impose standards to protect the neighbourhood and nearby residents from fumes, odour and indiscriminate parking. I do not believe the environmental protection team, despite its good intentions, can sufficiently impose the planning committee's controls to protect the neighbourhood and nearby residents. In the interests of community, this application must be refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willits. Do we have Councillor Barber to speak, or? Yes, we do. Councillor Barber.
Good evening, committee. Thanks for letting me have the opportunity to speak this evening. I want to firstly address the parking concerns that have been raised. And I'm actually going to go one further than Dennis on the point of the lay-by, because not only is it frequently used by non-users of the shop, it's not actually the public highway whatsoever. Essex Highways do not own that lay-by, it's privately owned. We don't know who owns it, it's unregistered land. I've had a discussion with Essex Highways on this point already. Therefore, I don't think the committee can really take into account this lay-by as part of the overall parking amount for the shop. There's been cars moved off already by someone presumably claiming ownership of the lay-by, putting notes on cars saying they're not allowed to park there. And I cannot see how this can be included in the report as capacity for the fish and chip shop. I think that's a significant error made in the report that in itself shows that not enough due consideration has been given to the local area. If that is not known, the whole strategy of the application really is deficient. So it should be rejected simply on that parking issue alone, because it just cannot be guaranteed it will be used for parking. I went down there actually at 8 a.m. Yesterday to deliver a leaflet to let people know it's coming to the committee. And I purposely drove to see the parking situation at 8 a.m. Obviously, not many people getting fish and chips at 8 a.m., but it sort of shows when a lot of people at home, the parking issues around there. And I was only able to find a parking spot away from where the proposed fish and chip shop would be, down Armoury Road, which is not maintained by Essex Highways. It's owned by Colchester Homes, and is not really a very good road to rely on parking. It's very narrow. In fact, there's been issues about that related to the other developments some of you may know on Armoury Road, how it's not suitable for increased traffic. So I think that the whole area has to be taken into consideration, and parking obviously doesn't form part of the Highways Authority response. It's something for you to decide this evening. So hopefully you'll bear that in mind, the issues on the lay-by and the parking. Not only that, but we talk about a maximum amount of parking and no minimum standard. Well, why would we go down to the bare minimum on any application? We should be looking at making sure that we put in place the necessary infrastructure to address any applications, not go with the minimum amount we can get away with. And the reality is, not many people are going to cycle to get fish and chips. I cycle a lot, and I definitely wouldn't go get fish and chips. Of all the applications I've seen to promote sustainable transport, it's quite clearly obvious that most people are not going to walk and cycle. They're going to drive, and I've already explained why there's not enough parking spaces around the area, and it'll cause a lot of problems. I do also want to quickly touch on the neighbour plan. The neighbour plan is not something just to pay lip service to. It is policy for West Burgold. It's been adopted by this council as planning policy. Therefore, it must be taken into account. And the report does not pay enough relevance to that policy. It's Colchester Borough Council's planning policy, whether Colchester Borough Council really likes it or not. The neighbour plan has been adopted, and therefore it has to be taken into account more. If it wasn't for the parish council's response, you would not necessarily know, and the representations we're making, you would not necessarily know what's in that neighbour plan policy regarding this. There's not enough discussion on it. And it's quite clear what it says, as Bob has already said. It has to take into account what local residents think about the local amenity. That's policy of the council. And it is quite clear the extent of opposition to this in the local area and concerns on amenity has to be taken into account. Now, often quantity of responses isn't taken into account in areas where there's no neighbourhood plans because it's not always borough policy. However, here it has to be, because it's quite explicit that the impact on surrounding residents must be taken into account, and whether it's acceptable to them, not acceptable to us, acceptable to them as local residents. And we really need to get into our head that neighbourhood plan is policy, not just guidance or something, to pay lip service to. And the Highway Authority has made representations, but again, in the policy adopted by the Borough Council, the opinions and the expectations and the thoughts of people in the local area does get taken into account too. So the issues and the concerns raised by people on highways must be a material planning consideration flowing from neighbourhood plan policy PP14. So really, committee, I think there's just too many concerns and unknowns and even shortcomings in some of the discussion on the parking, on the neighbourhood plan policy for you to approve this evening. And I think far more work would be needed for you to get to the point where you could consider this for approval. And therefore, I suggest that you reject this application this evening on those grounds, those material planning grounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. Annabelle, do you have any comments to make on those two suppositions?
Yes, I just want to make the point of the neighbourhood plan policy. So it is written in full in the report. It's within 9.1, and it's also been taken into consideration with regards to highways and traffic and amenity, and is specifically stated so in point 14.13 and 14.22 of the committee report. With regards to the discussion around parking as well, we do have an adopted parking standard, and that is what we have to weigh the criteria against. Hot food takeaways does not require parking. It's not something we could impose upon them, which is why it's recommended for approval despite there being no parking, although it is acknowledged the comments about the lay-by. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, may I open it out to the committee? Who would like to be the first? Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Chair. So if I could just ask Ms. Cooper, just on the neighbourhood plan question, because I think that's the only one I'm a little bit conflicted on this evening. I think we've heard enough, there's enough in the report about highways that I'm not concerned about that, but it's the neighbourhood plan question that's been thrown in. So, because when I look at 9.1 in our document, that's the representation from the parish council. What I'd like to just hear either from you or from Mr. Cairns is what the position is with regard to the comments that have been made about statements in the neighbourhood plan and how they impact on our decision this evening, please.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lilly, please.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was waiting for an answer from them. Yeah, it's been an existing shop for some years, I would imagine, and I would hope that if there was an issue with the highway safety, that the highways would report that. There's been loads of reported accidents over the years, so I haven't seen nothing in the report to suggest that. And the argument that everyone's used tonight is a familiar one that we've heard in planning and indeed in licensing, that people object to the fact that they don't want this here because it's going to lead to something. Well, you can't really predict anything in the future that it's going to do, and checking back at times at licensing applications, most of the ones that people have objected to on that going to lead to ASB, it's never actually occurred in that, maybe one or two occasions, but it's all been sorted out. So I can't really see anything in here to go along with what the people have objected to. I can see where they're coming from, but of course the main thing that actually concerned me was the big advertising board that was blocking the footpath there, and perhaps the local councillors should address that. You know, me and the A boards, they should move that, because that's a highway safety issue. Yeah, I think that the answer that Councillor Pearson has asked of the policy is the one to do, and any odour issues afterwards and complaints received, then there is conditions, I believe in here, that a larger flume would be sort of put in place afterwards to take away any odour issues. And that we've had this before in the past, and other takeaways. There's always been resolved by environmental protection. That's what they're there to do. So any problems coming up in the foreseeable future, if we agree it and it's opened, then I'm sure that can be sorted out. It's a shame that people, I don't think they've got a fish and chip shop in West Bergholt, and it could be a workable amenity. Of course, people will drive there. It looks like there's plenty of space outside they've used for the shop. So we'll have to see how it goes. And I can't see any planning reasons to turn this application down, I'm afraid. So.
Thank you, Councillor Lilly. Before I ask Annabelle to comment, Councillor Mannion.
Yeah, I just really like to emphasise my colleague across the floor regarding the neighbourhood plan. I always thought, and as Tiptree is currently in the middle of producing a neighbourhood plan, I always thought that once it was in place, adopted by the senior council, that then it becomes sacrosanct. It does seem to me that this application runs in total the opposite direction to the statement that PP14 makes in terms of the Colchester accepted neighbourhood plan. So perhaps planning would actually make some comment on that, because I think it goes against all that I understand neighbourhood plans are about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And before I ask Councillor Oxford to comment, I will go back to you, Annabelle. Can you answer that question?
Yeah, so I just want to reassure you that the neighbourhood plan is taken into consideration. It is an adopted policy. So PP14 was taken into consideration the entire time we were doing this. So in the report, it's split up into amenity and highways, and those are the two main elements of the policy. So it was taken into full consideration. I understand that the councillors don't feel that the application fully addresses the policy, but it's our professional opinion that it does. So the environmental protection team have not raised any issues with the amenities, which therefore addresses that section of PP14, and neither has the Highways Authority raised any concerns with regards to road safety and parking, which again is a main factor within PP14. So that's been taken into consideration, as well as the local development plan policies, and holds the same weight as those policies. And hopefully that has been made clear in the report, and it has been mentioned a couple of times throughout the report on 14.13 and 14.22. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Oxford.
Thank you, Chair. In 9.1, it states about the issue around the flue. The council would also note that potential positioning of the large flue is all, excuse me, is almost adjacent to neighbouring properties, number 85, whilst there is ample room to move it away from this neighbour and further into the grounds of 87 Colchester Road itself. Has that been considered at all? Because obviously that potentially could impact greatly on the neighbour.
Yeah, I'm just going to share the screen with you so everyone is aware of what we're discussing. Okay, so we're discussing this flue here. I showed you the photographs of the terraced units that were attached to the shop, which are kind of over here. So if I send you back to where the fish and chip shop is, I think it's been positioned in this location because of this is the area of the fish and chip shop. Any further over would be within the shop area. So the position of the loo is something that is to be taken into consideration and would be approved via this planning application. And it has not been picked up as being an issue by environmental protection. But all of the odour controls are something that would come through as a condition. As they did not raise it as a concern, it's not something that I sought to negotiate on at the time, though it is, I can understand why the Parish Council did flag that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davidson, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Ms Cooper, I know you've referred to the neighbourhood plan a few times now and the relevant paragraphs in your report, but forgive me, I do not see anything in your report that actually protects the amenities enjoyed by occupants of nearby properties, that it's acceptable. The problem is that the increased traffic, regardless of whether the highways are objecting or not, and the fact that potentially it's a late night opening as well. There'll be traffic from, well, lunchtime, certainly till the evening. I'm not convinced that that complies with that. And your forgive me, I'll get there in a minute. Your 14.13 says that it's acceptable on traffic generation, parking and highway safety. Nothing about the amenities of the local residents. Nothing about the impact on local residents, which is in their PP14. So I'd like an answer for that, please.
So amenity has been taken into consideration. It is accepted that there may be some impact, but with all development there is impact. It's about judging on balance whether that is sufficiently harmful to the residents' amenity. The Environmental Protection Team have been consulted. They are the experts on this matter. Therefore, their lack of objection and the conditions they imposed are deemed to be sufficiently robust enough to protect the amenity of their residents. There is an entire section within the committee report that deals with amenity and the planning policy, neighbourhood plan policy is referred to in that then and was taken into consideration at the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more speakers? Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to this, we've heard from the Parish Council, we've heard from the two borough councillors. They think it is detrimental to the local residents. Now, surely they produced the plan. They know the area so well. And however you look at it, the smell of a fish and chip shop is not very nice. So I think we need to be mindful that the local councillors know what they're talking about, and we need to be respectful of the parish council that they've actually done their local plan, and we should actually maybe support them because that's what the document was actually provided for. So I think, unfortunately, we can't do site visits. I mean, there is a local chip shop nearby, so it's not too far, but I mean, it's, you know, so they do have the facility in the local area, or maybe, you know, not in the immediate vicinity, but, you know, I think we should be respectful of the parish council and the local councillors who have put so much work into this plan, which we have all supported and encouraged for them to do for this very purpose. So can we not support them when you think there isn't a need? You know, maybe there is a need to actually protect them, you know, the local residents, and we may not know it quite as well as they do. That's, you know.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Councillor Barton.
Thank you, Chair. Observation really, it's disappointing that the applicant didn't engage with the parish council at all, because some of those issues could have been resolved at an early stage. So that's just an observation really. On balance, I think the planning conditions in some part do control the potential impact on the nearby community. We've looked at delivery times, looked at litter, fumes to a certain degree. So those issues have been addressed. So I think, yeah, I can't really see any reason to turn it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Barton. The Parish Council Chairman asked for a deferral so that it would give them the opportunity to engage with the applicant, and it would be then incumbent upon the applicant to actually engage with his local community. Is there any, I mean, I would be happy to propose that, but is there any wish for that to happen? Councillor McLean.
I would like to propose that we actually refuse this on the basis that we have not taken due diligence in the parish council's neighbourhood plan, and that we look into this further and we negotiate with the different bodies outside, and we move on forward after we've spoken to them.
I'd like to second that and also add highway concerns, because it's very close to a roundabout and a busy junction. And on the other side of the road, you have a series of terraced houses that have no parking. So they're always on the always on the road. And therefore there is congestion on both sides if this is carried on. So I think refusal is a very reasonable decision.
Thank you, Councillor Davidson. I didn't ask Councillor Barton whether or not she would like to propose approval of this application. Would you like to do that, Councillor Barton?
Yes, I'm happy to do that.
I'm happy to second that, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. So committee, the first, oh, sorry, Councillor Oxford.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, one of the things I was going to ask, and you beat me to the gun, and that is to ask Mr. Cairns if a deferral could work, because I have sympathy for the parish council and indeed the local councillors with the points they have raised. But reading the report, I think we would be on very sticky ground if we went to appeal, because the areas in question have been dealt with, not necessarily to everybody's satisfaction. So I think a deferral might give the opportunity to try and sort out some of those areas and maybe make it more acceptable. So that's my point. So I'd be interested to hear what Mr. Cairns thinks.
Yes, Mr. Cairns.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, just really to emphasise, I think the point that that Annabelle made with regard to the fact that significant weight and appropriate weight has been given to the West Berkholt Neighbourhood Plan PP14. I think the fundamental point is that your expert advisors with regard to those particular aspects, namely amenity and highway safety, are in this instance the Environmental Protection Team, who deal with odour and noise and nuisance, and the Highway Authority. Neither of those experts have raised an objection, Chair, and consequently, at the moment, you have a lack of evidence to base a refusal upon. I think it is not that PP14 is being ignored, far from it. As has been quite rightly pointed out, it is the part of the development plan. It's a valued part of the development plan. And indeed, development management team always seek to support those communities who've put an awful lot of time and effort into coming up with a plan and pursuing it through to full adoption. In this instance, it's not that the plan policy PP14 has been ignored, but rather that we have no expert evidence on which to base a refusal that this proposal is contrary to that relevant plan policy. As Annabelle alluded to, all development gives rise to a degree of noise, disturbance, traffic, all of the rest of it. But it's the materiality of that, of those changes that is relevant. And in this instance, your Environmental Protection Team and the Highway Authority have not come up with a reason for refusal. And consequently, if we were to refuse it, we would have no evidence on which that refusal was based other than the opinions of residents. Now, I'm not saying those opinions are not pertinent or relevant, but they are not, at the end of the day, the opinion of relevant experts who can advise you at the point at which these thresholds are breached, triggering a material planning objection. I hope that helps, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cairns. Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just following on from Mr. Cairns' comments there, I just draw members' attention to the guidance that's been included in our planning agendas for a few years now. On page 154 in the Supreme Court decision that was heard on the 16th of October 2017, where it quite clearly states if we are going to vote against a recommendation from our planning officer, we need to be very clear about why. So look at those before agreeing to reject the proposal for approval that we have in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Pearson. Councillor Mannion.
Thank you, Chair. Very short, our officers say about the hard work that is leading up to any planning application through this council. I would add that a neighbourhood plan probably takes about 2.5 to 3.5 years of solid work by up to 50 or 60 people in the village, maybe more. On top of that, I would draw members' attention to the sentence in this application, which said from the parish council, this application has not demonstrated any thought on mitigating measures to limit the impact on nearby residents. Now, I have to say that's a pretty damning statement. Thank you, Mrs. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mannion. Any other comments? This is this application. Sorry, Councillor Oxford.
I was just wondering, guys, Mr. Cairns, what in his response didn't address the point I said about deferral, whether he felt there was any mileage in that, because some of the elements that have just been mentioned and talked about might be able to be discussed and then brought back and be to more people's satisfaction. I just wanted to clarify whether or not there was any options on that.
Thank you, Chair. Would you like me to reply to Councillor Oxford?
Yes, please, Mr. Cairns.
I think the point around a deferral is whether it has any wriggle room to achieve a different outcome. In this instance, as you've heard, the positioning of the flue relates to the frying area within the premises. So there's probably not a great deal of wriggle room with regard to repositioning the flue. But the details of the flue would have to form part of a scheme to comply with the relevant conditions listed in the officer report. With regard to the other more fundamental points, I can't see how the highway aspects of the scheme really can be changed by negotiation. As we've heard, there are limited opportunities for parking. That really is not something which is going to be capable of being negotiated away. And in terms of the noise and disturbance for occupants, possibly the only way of changing that materially is to look at the hours of operation. But those amenity concerns are probably inherent to the use to a large extent. And so unless really there is something which I haven't identified which is capable of negotiation, I think there are an awful lot of the concerns are probably fixed and relate to the use before you that's being proposed. And deferral, I think, is a very worthwhile route where it can yield a different outcome. But I'm not certain here, Chair, that there is much that can actually be negotiated to substantially change the nature of the scheme and its potential impacts.
Thank you, Mr. Cairns. Councillor Davids.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Cairns for his advice, but I'm concerned that there are over 71 objections to this from local residents. The parish council are objecting, the neighbourhood plan group are objecting, and the ward councillors are objecting. And forgive me, they should know their area best. I would happily risk going to appeal and try and give them a chance to prove their point. The parish, all those bodies will have a chance to contribute to evidence at the appeal.
Thank you, Councillor Davidson. I think one of the main problems from what I've heard from the parish council and the councillors is that they have been left out entirely from this application. And I wonder, I mean, we've heard that the applicant has made no effort whatsoever to engage with the parish council. And I wonder, therefore, also what has our own officers done? Have we been in contact with the parish council? Has this application been discussed with the parish council? Because it is quite a worrying thing. I mean, I agree with Councillor Davidson and I'm agreeing with Councillor Pearson in regard to the law, but I do feel we need to support the parish council, and they are the ones now being just completely left out of the loop. So Annabelle, can you tell us what communication you have had with West Burgolt Parish Council in regard to this application?
They've been consulted in accordance with a protocol and was sent the notification, and their objection has been included and carefully considered as part of the application, but there hasn't been any direct communication with them other than the standard notification process. Thank you very much. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chair. Just could I draw everyone's attention to the drop procedure, which is our deferral procedure. And those of us who've been involved in the planning committee for some time will know what that is. We've sought advice from our officers as a part of the motion to reject the officer's recommendation. And I think I got a very distinct, clear message from our senior officer on that request for further information. And on that basis, I don't feel that I could support a deferment.
Would you, so you wouldn't consider the drop procedure? No. Okay. Councillor Oxford.
Thank you, Chair. Given what Mr. Kansas has said, I can understand where he's coming from the point of view of deferral. But in relation to the objections, I've got the list here. It's about parking and highway safety and increased traffic. Unless we've always been told, years and years and years, unless the Highways Authority objects, we can't use it as a grounds for refusal. Inappropriate opening hours. Personally, I've looked at the hours there and I don't think they can be considered inappropriate in any way. Adverse impact of smell. Environmental would deal with it, but the flue and everything else should meet all the criteria. Impact of smell, noise, disturbance. Noise and disturbance, I would have thought that business would have already created some. Fire hazard, no more than anything else, one assumes. Litter and waste, that's a normal. Light pollution. And I'm just going through the list. Encouraging antisocial behaviour. I don't see going for fish and chips encourages antisocial behaviour. Health issues as a result of fast food. If so, we would have rejected McDonald's, which was the first item. Competition of existing businesses. Competition isn't a planning grounds, unless I'm being told different by planning officers. Impact on drainage and water systems, that would be covered under the planning terms, not in keeping with the character of the area. The shop is already there. I respect the local community and their objections and the parish council and indeed the ward councillors. But I think in this instance, for a planning reason for refusal, we don't have one. And that worries me greatly, that we could really place ourselves at great risk. Sorry.
Thank you. Well, committee, we've had a very good go at this application. We have two proposals on the table. The first one was from Councillor McLean to refuse, seconded by Councillor Davidson. So we will go to the vote on that one. May I have all those in favour to refuse, please?
That's 4, Chairman.
All those against? So the next proposal we have is to approve this application, approved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Lilly. All those in favour? By Councillor Barton, you seconded? Oh, you proposed it? Oh, beg your pardon. Thank you very much. All those in favour?
That's 5, Chairman.
Those against?
And that's 4. It's carried.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. That application has been approved with all the conditions and so on laid out by the planning officer. Thank you very much. And we can now move on to item 7.3, which is the Mary Barron building. And may I ask Mr. Hume to come and speak to us, please? Sorry, I have down here 7.3 for Mr. Hume to speak to us. So am I right? Have I missed?
That's right, Chairman.
Yes.
We have Nick in here, but you may want to have the planning officer to present the application first.
Oh. I haven't got any presenting officers down on my list, so I do beg your pardon. Please do present this to us. Thank you.
Chair, as Councillor Barton has had to have a comfort break and we can't proceed without her present, could I suggest that maybe it's an opportune time for everyone to have a brief comfort break?
I think that may be a very good idea, and it has been a rather long session, and we have 4 more applications to consider. So hopefully we will move on more quickly. But yes, please, 15 minutes. Back here in 15 minutes. Sorry, 10? Is that time to get a coffee and a cup of break? 10 minutes then, committee. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Again, we are now ready to go forward with application 7.3, the Mary Barron building, and Lucy Mondon will present it to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. Yes, this application seeks planning permission for the erection of a 3-storey elective orthopaedic care centre building at Colchester General Hospital. This is the red-lined site plan, and just so that you can get your bearings, I've annotated it to show the Northern Approach Road on the western side and Turner Road on the eastern side. Just bring a pointer up. The site plan shows access egress from Turner Road leading through the site to the application site, which is located on the western side of the hospital grounds. At this point, I'll just indicate that there's a public right-of-way that runs east-west through the site and just runs through part of the application site here and along the southern boundary out onto the Northern Approach Road and to the residential dwellings beyond. And then this crescent of buildings just here are the locally listed villa buildings, which are referred to in the committee report. The aerial photograph just shows the built area in more detail. Again, I've just highlighted the area of the application site here on the western side. And you can see the existing buildings and the relationship of the application site to existing buildings on the hospital site, as well as the relationship to the NAR. So the NAR Northern Approach Road running along here, and you can see the tree belt just between that and the application site as well. Before I run through the application proposals, I'll just show some photographs of the application site and the surrounding area. I'll initially show a view from the public right-of-way looking onto the eastern part of the site and back in the opposite direction. A view from within the hospital through to the application site, and then some wider views from the south, from the car park, the southwestern corner of the application site, and then some photographs from the Northern Approach Road as well. So first of all, a view to the eastern side of the application site from the public, or approximately the public right-of-way. You can see on the left-hand side of the left-hand photographs, the existing buildings that would be replaced as part of this development. To the right-hand side are some functional service buildings for the hospital. And although quite a lot of the hospital is generally low level in terms of the height of buildings, there are several taller buildings, and you can see that with this taller building just in the background of the photograph, the brick building indicated just here. The right-hand photograph is looking in the opposite direction, so with the service buildings on the left and then the existing buildings that would be replaced on the right-hand side of the photograph. This view is from within the hospital grounds, looking down a service road and just to the application site, which would be approximately here in the middle of the photograph beyond the buildings that you see in the foreground. And this is a view from the very southern boundary of the application site at an existing car park, just looking north towards the application site. This is the taller brick building that I identified in an earlier photograph, and you can see a grey demountable building that would be demolished as part of the application. You can see a slight change in levels here, but that appears more pronounced in this photograph, which is taken in the southwestern corner of the application site, looking across the site. Again, some of the demountable buildings that would be demolished. This blue building here recently had planning permission to be relocated further to the south of the hospital grounds. But this is the western edge of the site, so a bund before the tree planting alongside the NAR. Just as you come out of the public right of way onto the NAR, this is the crossing. So this is the view looking towards the application site from that point. And then the right-hand photograph is just a longer view looking alongside that treed landscape belt. And some street view shots just to show some wider context. So in this one, you're looking south and the application site is on the left-hand side of the photograph. And then looking in the opposite direction. So you have existing residential development on the left-hand side and the application site is on the right-hand side of the photograph. So moving on to the proposed plans, this is the proposed block plan. The proposed building is shown in grey and it also includes a single-storey link corridor that links back to the retained part of the Elmstead Day Centre building. It may not appear too clear in the room, but I will indicate some of the other elements of the proposal. Down here on the southern part of the site is a car parking area. So you'll recall the photograph I showed a moment ago showing an existing car park. So this part of that car park will be taken over and reallocated for visitor and patient parking. There's also staff cycle parking, visitor cycle parking, a drop-off area for cars, taxis, ambulances, and some drop-off parking spaces and disabled spaces just on the eastern side of the site as well. The application also includes a phasing plan. So the left-hand image is phase 1, which shows in colour the buildings to be demolished, and then the proposed building in grey. And then phase 2 is demolishing the remaining building and creating the loop road. Moving on to the floor plans, I've orientated them so that they appear the same as what you would have seen on the block plan. So north is to the top of the slide. This is the ground floor, which has the theatres. Just where you can see my red pointer is the entrance area. And there's some waiting rooms and pre-op and post-op areas as well. The first floor shows patient wards in purple and green, some communal areas in blue, staff accommodation in yellow, and circulation space in orange. And then this is the second floor. Again, yellow shows staff accommodation, orange is circulation space, and the grey shows future expansion space as well. This is the roof plan, which also shows a floor plan for the plant enclosure. So the outer line you can see here is the outline of the building, and then the darker black line indicates the plant enclosure. And I just want to show this just to show that the plant enclosure would be set back from the edges of the building, because when you see the elevations in a moment, they're drawn on a 2D plan and you can see the plant enclosure on those elevations, but it's just to give you that appreciation that it is set back from the edges of the building. So the elevations, the top image is the east elevation. So that's facing into the hospital grounds with the NAR behind the building, essentially. And the bottom image is the south elevation. So that's the elevation facing towards the public right of way. And the building has been revised through the course of the application just to change the proportions of the building, really, to give it more of a human scale. So there are brick gabions at the bottom just to adjust the levels, then brick at ground floor and projecting cladding above. There's some articulation with some setback features in the elevation to give some interest and some relief to the mass of the building. And this darker grey area you can see at the very top of the building, that's the plant enclosure that I referred to. So as I say, that's set back from the edges of the building. The remaining elevations, the top image is the west elevation, which is alongside the boundary with the NAR, and the bottom image is the north elevation, which would front onto the loop road. And you can see the entrance area on the corner just here. I'll just show some sections which indicate the levels and also how the proposed building relates to the surrounding area and existing buildings. It's a little bit faint, but hopefully you can see it clearly enough. This is the proposed building, and this top section is as if you had a panoramic view from the NAR, and it shows the tree line as well. So you can see the existing building in relation to the proposed building in relation to existing buildings on the hospital grounds. And you can just about see some buildings here, which are the crescent of the villas. The second section is looking at it as if you had a view from the public right-of-way side, so the south side. So there's the existing residential properties and the proposed building with the NAR and landscape bund in between, and existing hospital buildings. So you can see the relationships in terms of heights. The final sections here, again, the top one is a section, it's this line just here on the quay. So it's from the NAR side, but it's as if you're standing in front of the trees. And there's a little bit of difference here in terms of levels, which is the dark line you can see on the bottom. And then the final section is from the eastern side of the hospital. So it's this line here on the quay, looking to the existing buildings on the hospital grounds, and then the proposed buildings to the left-hand side. So bringing that all to life, so to speak, the agent has submitted a CGI image. This shows the eastern and southern elevations. So this is the public right-of-way edge, just where I'm indicating here. We can see that tree line. It shows the proportions of the building and does give an indication of the type of landscaping that can be incorporated. So the report sets out the material planning considerations, and the recommendation is to approve, subject to agreement to a landscape strategy, a legal agreement to secure contributions in relation to archaeology, and it is also subject to recommended conditions. By way of updates, a unilateral undertaking is being progressed in respect of the archaeology contributions, and the recommended conditions have been amended following further discussions with the agent. I have included all of the recommended conditions in full in the amendment sheet, but have indicated the ones that have been revised by underlining the headings. So thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions in due course.
Thank you very much, Lucy. May I now ask Mr. Hume to come and talk with us, please? Richard, does the 3 minutes, 3 minutes, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Hume. You have 3 minutes and the bell will go after 2. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, members. I'm delighted to propose or to support my colleague in proposing this fantastic opportunity for local people in Colchester, North East Essex. For some years, we've been thinking about how we can improve the quality of care and to reduce waiting times for people with orthopaedic conditions. And one thing that we do know is that by protecting the elective or the planned pathway away from the emergency pathway, we can significantly reduce waiting times and improve quality of care to the people that we serve, because it protects those beds, particularly during the winter when they can be taken with emergency patients. After extensive consultation with local people, both here and in Suffolk, because we will be treating patients from Suffolk on this site, we have agreed to propose this clinically led improvement for local people. Even before COVID, we had waiting times which were starting to creep towards 6 months, 8 months, and we're now looking at orthopaedic waiting times nationally of approaching 2 years. Everything that we can do to reduce those waiting times, I believe we have to do. What you've heard this evening is a fantastic opportunity for local people, a way to deliver high quality, safe care to more people with some of our excellent clinicians, to be a beacon of high quality care that will attract local people to come and work here, that will attract patients to come and get high quality care in one of our facilities. We've given extensive thought to the landscaping, to the car parking issues, and we've been talking to staff and members of the public. We had over 40 consultation meetings right across the area for which we're responsible to really get a feel about what was important to local people. And what you're seeing this evening proposed is an example of really good co-production with local people, with local residents. I believe also that we will have a protected facility that in the event of further challenges from a pandemic, we will be able to continue to provide safe green space that is separate but linked to the hospital, which means that we could continue with emergency surgery and cancer services if we needed to. And it's one of the contingencies that we've built in. So, Chair and members, I'd like to commend this planning application to you, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hume. Now I'll open it out to the committee. Does any members have any comments? Councillor Davidson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Hume, thank you so much for building a very successful hospital. And as Mayor, if I dare be non-political for a minute, we'd just like to thank you so much for coping with the COVID pandemic for so long. None of us expected it to last this long. And the fact that you've still got exciting plans for the hospital ahead of us gives us more confidence as well. So a growing population, but you seem to be coping with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Chua.
Thank you, Chairman. We have very successfully with residents and other partners bid for this site for quite some time. And this is the great opportunity for us to provide high quality care with excellent staff. And this is a much needed facility that will serve Colchester and patients further afield. So I would like to propose that we accept this application subject to consulting updates, conditions, and legal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Barron. Do the committee have any further comments? Councillor Oxford.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, obviously this is a welcome facility, additional facility for the hospital. And I echo what the Mayor has just said earlier about our respect and thanks to everybody in the hospital for all they've done. My only point would be is I'm listing again my favourite one, which is about the loss of trees. It doesn't say how many, but if they're going to be replaced elsewhere, can they be replaced with mature trees? And therefore they will enhance the area as well as obviously facilities. Visually, they will enhance the area.
Councillor Davidson.
Yes, I have one comment, please, Mr. Hume, and that is that I'm concerned that even though you've done the 40 consultations, which is commendable, the plant noise, according to the planning officer's visual interpretation, will be above the tree line. And I just wonder, with the prevailing winds from the southwest, what noise prevention have you managed to build in so it doesn't impact the residential houses nearby?
I'm not sure if that's a question for Mr. Hume or for Lucy. Can I take advice on that, please?
I'm so relieved you said that, Chair, because I was absolutely panicking at that point. So I'm very pleased that somebody else, a lot more qualified than me, can answer that.
Lucy, could you comment on that, please, and on the question of the trees, the mature replacement? Is that possible? We need to juggle the chairs.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In terms of the trees, I referred to that in paragraph 15.27 in the report. So there are some trees currently roughly in the centre of the site. 14 would need to be removed, although the majority of these are very low value trees. There's one young and one semi-mature category B tree, which the tree officer has accepted on those grounds that the removal is acceptable. He has commented that they can be compensated for with additional planting. So we'll incorporate that as part of the discussions on the landscape strategy and can condition appropriately. The other question was about the noise of the plant, wasn't it? Yes, yeah. So it's on the top of the on top of the building. A noise assessment was submitted, and Environmental Protection were content with that. There is a recommended condition to ensure that noise levels on the boundaries of the site remain at zero. So there's no increase in noise at the boundaries of the site with residential properties to ensure that noise levels aren't increased.
Thank you very much. Councillor Oxford.
Yeah, can I just come back about the tree? The only reason why I keep mentioning it is we had climate emergency training, climate training the other day again. And obviously every time a tree is removed, obviously the emissions that it has absorbed then release into the atmosphere, and it takes a while for new trees to actually take up that slack, using my terminology. So obviously I always raise it because obviously we're worried about the climate situation, yet we keep removing trees. So that's why I always raise it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oxford. Any further comments? Committee, Councillor McLean.
Just out of interest, what is the planting on the roof? Is it for medicinal reasons or what? I mean, or is it just to look nice for the environment?
No, it's a mechanical plant. So for the functionality of the building.
Oh, that's when you say planting all the time. Well, plant. Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Members, any further comments, or would you like to move to the vote for this very valuable addition to our town? So proposed by Councillor Chua, seconded by Councillor Barton. All those in favour? Sorry.
That's unanimous, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So this has been passed with all the conditions and etc. that we have on our sheets and on the amendment sheet. Thank you very much, committee. We can now pass to application 7.4, which is land at the rear of the Colchester Centre, Hawkins Road, for student accommodation. And presenting this case to us is James Ryan. James, would you like to take it forward, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just share my screen. So good evening, everybody. We're here to have a look at an application for 282 student bedrooms, which is a sui generis use in an 8-storey building with associated infrastructure on a site off of Hawkins Road in Hythe and Old Heath area. So here is the site plan. You should be able to see my cursor. Yeah, that's Hawkins Road. It's the access, which also forms part of the site. And the main site is a backland, relatively rectangular plot of land, currently vacant. And We have Jewson's here. Just about see my cursor. And other industrial uses either side. The building to the front is the Colchester Centre, which is an office block. And this rectangle here is their car park. It's a topographical survey, so slightly zoomed in, not particularly interesting. Here is the ground floor and roof plan. So you can see a kind of C-shaped building with a little kink coming out the front there. Open space here and here. Parking. And parking down the accessway. The important thing to note about this is an outline application. It's unusual, and it's an outline application, but the matters for consideration now are everything except landscaping. So they've reserved landscaping for future consideration, but everything else you see is for consideration now, but it's still technically an outline application, as you'll have seen from the committee papers. That means there's flexibility in terms of the landscaping, in terms of the tree position, in terms of the car parking, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. And I'll just whistle you through the floors. So that's the ground floor plan. Refuse here, bike storage along here. One of these rooms is actually a dedicated sprinkler plant room because it's going to be sprinkler protected for fire safety purposes. Communal areas and some student accommodation in the colour blocks below on the ground floor. Then as you go, there's a larger plan of the ground floor, again sprinkler room here, other plant, communal areas, refuse, and the coloured boxes are various types of rooms. Just a drawing showing some of the outlines of the various types of rooms. There's different ones with some slightly different features in different areas in terms of size. So here's the first floor plan. Second floor plan, very similar, as is the third and fourth. And you'll see the fifth floor plan is where the building drops away to the rear. So it's a kind of S-shape at fifth floor. Sixth floor, the massing is further reduced by having a further rooms removed. Seventh floor is a smaller piece at the front. And then the eighth floor, which is the top floor, just 4 rooms and the lift head. So here's a drawing of the front. This will be the view directly up the access road. You're probably only going to get oblique views of it because there's a building in front. You'll see a red line on a lot of these drawings. The red line is as you'll notice from the committee report, we've had 3 iterations of this scheme. The one that's before you now is the most current, but the 2 previous iterations were larger and bulkier. And where I show you drawings in the next few slides, you'll see a red line, which is a wire frame that's ghosted over these drawings, showing you where the previous iteration was. The one before that was even larger. So you can see where, although the accommodation hasn't been reduced, the architects have brought the massing down, as noted in my report. So that's one of the flanks. You can see where the previous one got to. This is the C shape. So this element here will sit significantly further back than these 2. I've got some better CGIs in a minute you'll see, so you can see the kind of modelling better. That's the rear. That's the other flank. That's the inside of the courtyard. And I've got some better drawings of some of the materials I've proposed to use, but there's a mix of bricks intended to kind of break up the massing. It's one of the sections. So that's one of the CGIs kind of showing what it will look like when you're standing past the Colchester Centre near the access point to the site. Particularly interesting is this stair core. It's got a kind of fretwork metal, which will gently illuminate at night. So that'll be quite an interesting piece of, in terms of an architectural flourish. As you can see, different materials are used to kind of break up the massing. There's some photos of this. So this is Hawkins Road looking towards the Lightship Way in the dim distance there. This is the Colchester Centre, which is an office building, residential directly opposite. That's looking up the access drive. So this is the site here. Palisade fences are great against the site access, but the actual site access, the actual site red line encompasses these parking spaces to the front here. They're currently leased out to the office block, or some of them are. Further into the site, it's just looking towards the industrial site next door. This is looking across the site with the back of Jewson's. You can see it's a currently vacant site. The trees in the background are to be retained. They're on network rail land. So that's the railway directly behind, and the railway embankment. And beyond that is the petrol filling station at Tesco's in the Hythe. That's the Colchester Centre's car park. The Bellmouth of the existing access. You can see some new developments gone on the riverfront here at number 5 Hawkins Road. That's the frontage of the site there. So it really is an area of change at the moment. Just looking further down Hawkins Road. This is the rear of the what's now known as the Hythe Mills site. Used to be known as the Aim Hire site. That's the one next to Travis Perkins. Why I put this is so you can see some of the other buildings of the similar kind of new London vernacular typology that are being proposed in the area and are being built, but also these are parking spaces. This white area of block paving, or the grey block paving, is existing parking spaces. As you can see, they're not being used. Hythe Mills is, as far as they can, being run as a car-free site, and that is something that our transport and sustainability team have requested on this current site as before members today. 32 spaces are provided, but we feel that that's an over provision, and we'd like to encourage people to not bring their cars to university because it's walkable to the main campus and surrounding amenities. Oh, that's a video, you've seen that already. That is again facing down Hawkins Road towards the residential blocks currently under construction. So here's some CGIs they've produced. This, I think, this kind of demonstrates the way the massing's been broken up a little bit better. You can see they've done that by the change in materiality, by kind of lightweight elements that appear more glazed to break up the massing of the various blocks, and the C shape itself is from the other orientations. That's from the front, also from the facing north. So here's some images from the townscape appraisal. Again, the red line is ghosted on from the previous iteration. The one before that was even larger. So this is what the architects have managed to do to bring the massing down. So this is a CGI demonstrating what is likely to appear as when viewed from Hawkins Road. And this is the section of Hawkins Road where you'll get the clearest view of the building. This is from the Colne Bridge. So when we're passing over, there you can see the framework of the other Hawkins Road building going in. And there's the wire frame demonstrating what the previous iteration looked like. So they've really, the architecture, we would commend the architects for having managed to bring the mass down without decreasing the number of units. This is from the Tesco's car park. This is from the Zigzag Bridge. Officers consider the scheme does blend into the townscape relatively comfortably. This is where that change in materials and the way the block's broken up really helps that. And here's just some ideas in terms of the materials they intend to use. Some kind of projecting headers to kind of enliven the brickwork. This is that fretwork staircase I was talking about, where they can provide a kind of bespoke solution in terms of the way that's punctured through the steel or aluminium and kind of illuminated behind. I think that's quite an attractive solution. Gives a kind of bit of vitality in the evening. And here are some of the kind of brickwork panels to again break up the massing. And this is just a study in terms of how they've changed the scheme over the iteration. Take through to the next one to see how they. This was the second proposal, and these are the massing blocks they managed to remove. So they've officers feel like they've come quite a long way. I'll just take you back to so I think I'll stop sharing. So in short, this is a student accommodation block for 282 dwellings. It's using a vacant piece of land which currently has no particular beneficial use. It will bring people, students in this instance, into the area, helping support the local economy. It's in a highly sustainable location, close to Hythe Town Station, close to the Tesco's, other amenities, and a relatively walkable route straight through to the university. I said in the update sheet that there's a pelican crossing. It's actually a toucan crossing across Colne Causeway, I noted, where bikes can also cross on a traffic controlled system. That takes you straight through to Lightship Way or through to the Wivenhoe Trail and the Zigzag Bridge, which you saw in those previous photos, for direct access to the university. As noted before, it's an outline. We think there's an over provision of parking in this instance, and we'd, as with other schemes, for example, the Maltings over the other side of the Colne Causeway, that's got undercroft parking, but it's very, very lightly used. There's always significant vacancy in parking terms. Our sustainability team would really like to run this as, or help the applicants run this as a car-free scheme. And to that end, we've recommended a travel plan condition. There's a contribution of £10,000 to the travel plan. There's also a contribution of £100,000 to upgrade waymarking and other sustainability endeavours in the area to facilitate that sustainable transportation and sustainable methods of getting to the university. And as a final point, these schemes such as this, although for sui generis student accommodation, so it can't be used as normal residential accommodation, it's a bespoke student provider that's taking this on. It will be for students. It does count towards the council's 5-year housing land supply. So this would count towards in the region of 113 dwellings in our land supply. So that really does help us bolster our land supply, which we're always looking to, and in turn helps us protect to a certain extent against speculative development on greenfield sites throughout the country, throughout the district even, or the borough. So that's a big positive. So we consider the planning balance to tip strongly in favour of an approval, and are happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First speaker we have is Councillor Lilly, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, good application, James.
Chairman, we have speaker 4 and comments from visiting councillors.
Yes, we do, and I do apologise, I'm jumping the gun. We have no public speaker against, but we have Mr. Chris Board to speak to us. Thank you, Mr. Board. You have 3 minutes and a bell will go after 2. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I won't take much of your time this evening. I know it's been a long evening. Firstly, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank the borough officers on this occasion. Delivering planning applications themselves gets harder and harder every year, and it certainly becomes very process driven. Mr. Ryan has provided an excellent service in respect of this application. This has been 2 years in the assembly inside the office, and he and your team have driven significant improvements to the development that I have to say even myself and our team, we did not foresee that we could deliver those improvements. So it's been a credit to your office the way it's been processed. I'd like to pick up briefly on a technical point around the car parking. I'm delighted to say that pending approval, this scheme is set to be taken over immediately by a student operator. They're ready to go, and they'll be ready to talk about the detail, which is partly why we've been able to get into the detail of how the bricks and the materials and the elevations are going to be delivered. There's been some discussion, particularly over the last couple of weeks, in respect of the car parking and the car parking need. Because we have an operator on board, they've been able to get into the nuts and bolts of that with us about how many car parking spaces they actually need on the building to deliver it. They've given me a figure of 6 spaces to actually operate the building, to cover for your usual parcel deliveries, the cleaners and the management of the building itself. and they'd like to lift that to a minimum position of 10 spaces to take account of the disabled units that go in the building. Some of the residents do have assisted parking requirements to go with that. I think it's an open position to say anything above 10 spaces, the applicant is open and happy to discuss via planning condition through the final reserve matter and agree on a more sustainable approach to that, lifting the cycle parking facilities and relocating them as has been suggested. We believe that the use itself and the application demonstrates a really good use of a piece of land that is hidden away and is part of the regeneration agenda, and it shows what can be achieved on constrained and remaining plots within this location. So with your support, we'd love to carry on with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Board. Councillor Tim Young was hoping to address the committee this evening, but he has had to leave due to another appointment, but we will have a statement read out for him. Jan, will you be kind enough to do that? Oh, Richard.
It's me, Chairman. Thank you. This is Councillor T. Young's statement. I declare a non-pecuniary interest as a resident of the area concerned. I am not objecting to the application. The design is much improved and there are no material planning reasons for it to be refused. However, I would like to see the following issues addressed. The only car parking on the site should be disabled bays. There is no need for any car parking on the site apart from that. The site is close enough to the university for students to walk or cycle there. The position of cycle storage needs to be addressed. It should be much nearer the entrance and with greater volume. We have declared a climate emergency in Colchester, and that must apply to planning applications too. We must promote walking and cycling. This application gives us an opportunity to set an example. The parking in and off Hawkins Road is horrendous when the businesses are working at full capacity, and more cars in the area should not be encouraged. Please could the applicant confirm that there will be a sprinkler system included in the development? This is vitally important in any application of this type and size, in my view, and is given added piquancy as we have just had the anniversary of the Grenfell tragedy. And that's the end of the statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. James, would you like to comment on Councillor Young's submission?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. I concur with everything you said. I think the committee report does too. And I think the applicant just also echo those comments, really, even if they were before. As an outline scheme where we still have the landscaping of the actual site itself to deal with the reserve matter stage, that gives us plenty of opportunity to remove the over provision of parking down to the bare minimum which is needed for servicing and for disabled parking. Obviously, student blocks have a little bit of parking needed, particularly on days where at the start of term when students turn up, so that needs to be managed, and there will be ample space on site to provide short-term parking for often parents or relatives to drop their children off as they become students. The sprinkler system has been confirmed, it will be provided. It's got there is a dedicated room for the plant that is required to run that. So that's absolutely excellent. So I don't think I have anything further to add.
Councillor Lilly, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, this is one of the rare occasions where actually I agree with everything that the planning officers and Mr. Pond as well has come forward. It's good to hear that a proper progressive looking after the environment application has been put forward. I totally agree. I'd only support this application if it was completely car free, apart from disabled parking spots because they're important to put in there. Yeah, the delivery ones would be handy as well. So I would like to see a bigger provision made for cycle storage down there, especially locked cycle storage. Colchester has a high rate of bicycle thefts in amongst it. So that'll be quite good and secure down there for them. They're within 10 minutes of the Castle Park along the trails and of course, quite close to the best village in the borough, Row Hedge, down there for the pubs and to the river. So yeah, I support the application as put forward and by what Councillor Tim Young said as well. So I think I shall propose that
Do
I
we
don't know if
have
it's a
a,
proposal. I'm not sure if it is for initial, it's for initial plan, but I propose it anyway.
do we have a second to Councillor McLean? Councillor Oxford, please.
Thank you, Chair. 12.1, I'd just like to clarify something, James. It says this scheme, all floors are served by lifts and wheelchair accommodation is on almost every level. One of the important things that has come about in other places is about dedicated power supply for the lifts to ensure that people can get in and out in the event of fires and other things. So if there's dedicated power supply, that would be great. The other point is I saw from the design, some of those roofs may be able to take things like sedum planting, perhaps. The other thing is the distance of the trees along the railway line from the edge of the building. Are they sufficient distance away, or would there be required to have a bund to protect those trees from root harm? That's the only points. Other than that, I'm wholly in favour of this because I feel that student accommodation should be near the university to make life easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Chair. One or two of the points I was going to make have already been made, so I won't labour them. My concern was one about the comment in the document about sprinklers not being, let me just see, although whilst we have no planning policy requirement for the installation of a sprinkler system, it will be suggested as best practice. I thought we had introduced that as a requirement, but anyway, that's a question for the officers. But I'm pleased to hear that there will be sprinkler system in this building. I was just again mindful of Grenfell and a tower building, that any materials that are used in the building of this building are in fact absolutely stonewall fireproof, because we know that some of the cladding that was allegedly used at Grenfell may well not have been. And subsequently similar cladding has been used, and I would be concerned that we are ensuring that everything that's used in the building here is fireproof. The final point I wanted to make is more or less along Gerard Oxford's point, and that is there any way in which planting can be integrated into this building to make it more environmentally friendly? And what sort of heating system will this building have? Because I would, if it's at all possible, I think, given that we've declared a climate emergency, it shouldn't be oil or gas-fired heating. So somehow, can we ensure that there is a much more sustainable heating system for this building?
Thank you. Before I ask Ryan to comment on that, Councillor Davidson. You were.
Thank you, Chairman. I would say that Councillor Pearson has already picked up the cladding issue, which I totally support. My concern is that so many of these developments, they have their own building control officer. We as a council have no control over that, and we just need to be reassured that it will comply with all regulations. The other question really was to Mr. Ryan, and just saying that the cycle provision, I notice you say in here it can be secured at reserved matters, but you're also suggesting that actually you'd quite like to see more, which I support. How can we help you support more spaces? And the third item, which Councillor Oxford has already mentioned, is that we've got 4 types of bedroom already convertible to accessible buildings, accessible flats. My concern is that most of those would need a vehicle to get them to the university, and I'm not sure quite how we can. 34 spaces won't really provide that. So will the university perhaps provide a transport link so that the disabled students can get there daily? Thank you.
Would you like to comment on all those things, Mr. Ryan? There's quite a few from Councillor Lilly and Councillor Pearson and Councillor Davidson.
Yes, thank you. The dedicated power supply for the lifts goes really beyond what we can control through planning legislation, and that will be dealt with by the building control team. And the building control, regardless of whether it's an external contractor or our own in-house team, will have to ensure that this complies with the regulations. So we simply can't put a condition on to that effect. We don't have a local plan policy for the provision of sprinklers, but they have said they're going to do them. So we could potentially, and we have on previous student accommodation blocks, conditioned it with their say-so. So we could potentially put a condition on if members felt strongly about that. If not, an informative would do, because there is a sprinkler plant room provided, and they have confirmed they will be using a sprinkler system. Anecdotally, it's been a lot of the student accommodation providers say that it's just simply a necessity these days in terms of renting these rooms. Parents want to know that their young adults or their children are, are protected in fire safety terms. And hence why sprinklers are becoming more and more popular. And Essex County Fire and Rescue did comment to say that they strongly support that. So that's fine. Trees, as noted in the report, the trees that we're seeking to protect are actually off-site and on Network Rail land. I mean, I've discussed this with the tree officer, and Network Rail have effectively have jurisdiction over their own trees, and they do have to cut them back quite frequently for rail operation basis, on a rail operation basis. The building's far enough away to not cause them any significant issue. What we can do here is ensure good quality tree planting where there is none, and that's something that we'll really be pushing for at landscaping stage, and we'd like to see some good structural planting in the amenity areas to provide a bit of green. And we can certainly put an informative on with regards to a sedum roof. I don't think they've looked at the roof technology in any great detail at the moment. Again, that has building control and construction implications. They are quite difficult to make work, but we could put an informative on saying that at landscaping stage, if there's any chance of landscaping on the roof, that could be something we could certainly look at. So I think that'd be good as an informative. Again, I'd suggest an informative for the fire retardant nature of the materials, most of which is going to be brick. And that is inherently far more fire proof than a lot of the cladding that was used, and is starting to be used less and less, to be honest, because of the horrors of Grenfell and nobody wanting to repeat that. But there are some elements of colour cladding, so it'll be ensure that it will be wholly building control compliant, and we've got a materials condition on there, and we can make sure, again, I think that's a good informative to suggest that with the condition submission for the materials that we get clarification that they do meet the most up-to-date building regs, and we can check that with our own building control team to make sure that is the case. Cycle provision, yes, 100 spaces are proposed, but we think they can go further, and they have accepted that they will, if they can free up a bit of space from the parking space allocation, they will be able to provide another attractively designed, secure and lockable cycle shed somewhere towards the front of the building near the entrance, so it's really usable and convenient to use, and that's something that we really want to push for as officers and strongly support. In terms of getting students who are using the accessible rooms to university, that is a block management issue. This will be managed by a specialist student accommodation provider, and that would be ultimately down to them as to how they do that. The area is well served by taxi companies and that kind of thing, so I imagine that's how they would do that. But an informative to make sure that is dealt with would be something we'd strongly suggest putting on if that's something that members feel is necessary, which is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Heating, Mr. Ryan? Heating system?
Heating. I don't have details of the heating system to be used at this stage, to be perfectly honest. We can again suggest that the scheme we could impose a condition to require details of the heating system to enable us to at least ascertain how and using what methodology it will be heated. And that's something we can, I mean, in terms of, I don't think we can insist on a carte blanche, no gas fire, no oil fire. It's got, you know, a large plant room which will do all the internal heating. It will be a system of relative complexity, as they always are in these kind of buildings. We could require by condition details of that, but that again, that is generally dealt with by building control. They have various building control regs to meet in terms of ventilation, heating, and we have to be careful not to go beyond what building control needs, but we could require details of that. But how far we can actually push them under our current policy context, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was just thinking we're gaining a lot of experience at the moment in ground source heating, aren't we? Can we not be recommending that we might be able to assist?
Oh, absolutely. Maybe that's the way to do it. We could require via informative, we can suggest that sustainable means of, or at least a hybrid system of, if it's not wholly sustainable, in terms of there is some burning of carbon, that some efficiencies can be introduced to ensure that it's as close to best practice as possible. I think an informative is the best way to do that.
Thank you very much, Ryan. And from my point of view, I did also consider the ground heating, but I wondered if it's viable given where this building will be on a floodplain close to the river. So again, it would be good to look into it to see if that would be possible. I'm very pleased to see that there will be provision for parents bringing their students in for their first day, because they carry a great deal of kit, and it would make it far less stressful for parents to be able to drive in, offload their children and spend some time with them and then leave. My only other comment was, from the diagrams, the actual amenity space looks quite small for that number of students, but maybe it is just the graphics that are not really showing just how big that amenity, the garden or whatever is available. Can you comment on that?
Yes, the site area, as was shown on that drawing, is still to be determined effectively by the landscaping being a reserved matter. We hope that we can reduce the car parking, increase the cycle parking, and get more green space for the students to use for planting, to get some good quality, kind of standard heavy standard or standard size trees to go in, and hence, with response to the ground source heat pump that you mentioned, and ground source heating, there is only a certain amount of space to play with. We've also got a sustainable urban drainage system that's going to be on there, and a large Anglia Water sewer easement runs right across the front of the site, which is where the current parking is. So there is limited space to play with. That's why I wouldn't want to recommend a ground source heat pump by condition, for example, because I'm not sure that the land is available to do it, but we can certainly suggest that they use the most up-to-date and sustainable means of heating and cooling by informative, and we certainly will be trying to achieve this. The largest amount of usable amenity space, landscaping, tree planting, and cycle provision as we possibly can.
Thank you very much. Well, committee, if there are no other comments, we can go to the proposal by Councillor Lilly that we approve this application with its conditions and affirmatives, and seconded by Councillor McLean. Councillor Oxford.
I was only wanting to come back about the lift one. The reason for asking was, last year I had a resident and she was stranded on the 4th floor because the lifts failed, and the supplier, she was there 4 days where she couldn't get out, and the actual lift people told her, had it had dedicated power supply, it has an override facility to have got her out, or anybody else out for that matter. And that's the reason why I asked the question.
No, it's a very interesting question. I don't have that level of technical detail here, to be honest. Not something that the planners would usually deal with. There are more than one set of lift cores. So, and it's a level access throughout the building on each floor. So I hope that situation wouldn't arise. But it is down to our building control colleagues or the proof contractor to make sure that that kind of situation is best avoided.
Thank you. Councillor Davidson.
Yes. Can we also add to the recommendation, please, the informatives that have been suggested by Mr. Ryan? Because I think that will give far more guidance. Thank you. And just on the heating, I just wondered, you've got a very tall building. Have we considered solar, for example, instead of the heat pumps? That may be more practical. But that's really for the experts to determine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I agree. All the informatives and the conditions are very welcome. Would you like to comment on that very last point about solar heating?
Yeah, I mean, solar may be something that is possible here. It has got a fair size piece of flat roof available. So again, we can suggest that by informative, and I'm sure that's something the applicants will take on if can be technically workable.
Perhaps it'll let the sedum grow. Committee, are we ready to go for the vote? All those in favour of approval?
That's unanimous, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So we have passed this application. Thank you very much. We can now move on to application 7.5, which is 2 Woodview Close, Colchester, and our presenting officer, John Miles, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. So item 7.5 concerns application 210822, which is an application for a single-storey rear extension and a summer house at 2 Woodview Close. This is the location plan for the application site, which gives an overview of the layout, orientation, and relationship to neighbouring buildings. Moving on here to an aerial view of the site and the surroundings. So the image isn't necessarily completely up to date, but it does give a bit more context for the site and its surroundings with the application property here centre. Moving on to the existing and proposed plans and elevations, you can see here the aforementioned rear extension up at the top and the proposed summer house up here to the right. It's worth pointing out that the form of the rear extension has been revised since the application was first submitted, with the extension's depth reduced slightly and a hipped roof proposed in place of a previously proposed gable roof. The revised proposal is the one shown on screen. The extension has a depth of 3.5 metres and a width of approximately 6.7 metres. The height to its ridge is approximately 5.4 metres, while the height to its eaves is approximately 2.2 metres, and those heights are to match the ridge and the eaves of the existing property. The proposed summer house has a footprint of 3.5 by 3.5 metres, an eaves height of 2.3 metres, and an approximate ridge height of 3.25 metres. In terms of material planning considerations, the committee report outlines these in details. However, to summarise, it's considered that the proposed development is acceptably designed and will not cause harm to the character and appearance of the host dwelling or the surrounding area. The proposal is also held to accord with adopted policy with regards to the preservation of neighbouring amenity, and officers have no concerns with regards to other material considerations, including but not limited to damage to trees or highway matters. And the application is subsequently recommended for approval subject to conditions. So just to finish, I have some images of the site and the surroundings. We have here an image looking north from the junction where Woodview Close joins Evergreen Drive, Woodview Close leading round to the right, Evergreen Drive to the left. You can see one Woodview Close here, and you can just make out 2 Woodview Close, the application site, in the middle with number 3 just in the distance there. This is an image taken from actually on Woodview Close, looking northwest towards the application site, the host dwelling centre, and its detached garage to the left. This is another view from Woodview Close, looking in the opposite direction towards the application site, neighbouring property number 3 here on the right. This is a view looking down the side access between number 2 on the left and number 3 on the right, facing west. Moving into the garden of the property itself, we have here a view looking south. You can see part of the rear of the host dwelling, the property's detached garage, and one Woodview Close in the distance there. And this is a further picture of the rear elevation, and you can also see part of 3 Woodview Close. Apologies. So that's a picture of the rear elevation, and that there is the gable that the proposed extension is to extend off. This is a slightly elevated view towards neighbouring property number 3 to the north of the application site. You can see here the side elevation and rear of neighbouring number 3's garage, which is understood is also used as a hobby room. And this neighbouring dwelling's rear elevation is also visible in the distance there. So this is just a view of the proposed location of the extension. You can make out the approximate footprint by the slight change in ground level there. And this image is looking towards the north. You can see the rear of the dwellings which front onto Evergreen Drive, and the concrete slab visible in the pictures is the approximate footprint of the proposed summer house. And this is a similar view, but looking more to the south. So moving back out onto the street, here's just some more surrounding views from Woodview Close. This is looking at the other side of the road where there's detached 2-storey dwellings, and moving further along Woodview Close, there's further detached 2-storey dwellings. This last image is a view from Evergreen Drive, looking towards the application site. You can just about make out the top of the application dwelling there in the centre. And this gives you a little bit of an idea about the extent of the proposal that will be visible from this section of the adjoining street. And here we're just back to the maps. Thank you very much for listening. I'll be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Mr. Graham White who wishes to address the committee. Please, will you come forward to the table, Mr. White? And thank you, Mr. White. You have 3 minutes and the bell will go after 2.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name's Graham Wright and I live at number 3 Woodview Close. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for noting our concerns about dust management and making it a condition of planning. The seriousness of this problem cannot be overstated. My wife is a vulnerable adult with severe acute respiratory syndrome. Since August 2020, my wife has had 6 asthma attacks due to dust pollution. She has had 3 hospital stays, and 3 times she's had to self-medicate to avoid being put on a COVID ward. She's been waiting to see a respiratory consultant since October 2020, and her GP has referred her to the allergy clinic at Addenbrooke's. Unfortunately, due to the impact of COVID, none of these have progressed to seeing a consultant. I note from reading the council's advisory notes on the control of pollution during construction and demolition work, it does not specifically refer to dealing with on-site dust pollution. So we would like to know how this would be incorporated into the method statement.
We would like to know what assurances will be offered to maintain the agreed method statement and what assurances the planning team can give us as such as a vulnerable adult. In relation to the revised proposed plan, we still feel the combined effect is overbearing in terms of scale, massing, and general dominating effect. Both buildings are very close to our property and amplifies the impact. A reduction of 0.5 metre on the depth of the extension and a lower roof on the summer house, for instance, by having a flat roof, not the pyramid, would substantially improve the situation. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Mr. Ray Miller, please, would you come and address the committee? Thank you. And you have 3 minutes with the bell going after 2. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ray Miller and I'm here to speak in support of my planning application at Woodview Close. My wife and I had been looking for a summer house for our garden at local centres, online and at friends' houses. We saw there was some large designs available with ridge or pent roofing structures, but we're concerned at the overall impact these would have. So we opted for a modest design of just 11 feet by 11 feet with a pitched roof that hopefully would be visually acceptable rather than the starkness of the other roof structures. The proposed summer house came from a nationwide summer house log cabin distributor. The location proposed for the summer house is in a corner of our garden, adjacent to a neighbouring Leylandii conifer hedge that is over 3 metres in height and over 2 metres in width. So we felt it would be largely concealed. We would also put some additional screening on the side of our garden in the form of ornamental Photinia red robin shrubs. The proposed rear extension was originally designed to come further out and have a gable end, as mentioned. Almost half of this would be concealed by the neighbouring garage. These plans were seen by our neighbours who expressed their disappointment and concerns. On the 16th of April, our neighbours came round and we discussed the possibility of an orangery type design with them, which appeared to be more acceptable. However, on discussion with our architect, he commented that an orangery design would generally have higher side walls than our original proposal, and he suggested the hip roof might be a better solution and would relatively blend in better. We also agreed to come in slightly with the rear wall. I took these new proposals to our neighbours, but there was no direct reply or comment from anyone to us, so we submitted the revised design, which is before you now. Further screening with more ornamental shrubs would also largely conceal this new proposed extension design. We don't believe that our proposal would set a precedence, as there have been numerous approvals for extensions, garage and conservatories, both in Woodview Close and adjacent roads. We would also produce a method statement for the control of dust, as requested by the planning officer. Also, advisory notes for the control of pollution during construction and demolition works would be strictly adhered to. I thank you all for your time this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. Councillor Hogg, would you come and address the committee, please? And I do apologise to you that we were not able on this occasion to bring this application further up the agenda, and you've had a very long wait. We do apologise. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, it's been a long wait. I was clean shaven when I came in. First of all, Madam Chairman, I'd like to thank you for taking this on board, and because I think the background to this as you will see from the agenda, is that I called this matter in based on the concerns and objections of residents as set out at 9.1 in the agenda, in the paperwork. So that they, if they wished, could make representations, and as you've seen this evening, that Mr. Wright from number 3 has made his representations and his feelings felt. It's very important that not only were they able to do so, but this decision was seen to be made by the committee rather than an officer under delegated powers. Nothing wrong, I'm pleased on a personal basis to Mr. Miles. He's been very helpful to all concerned. I would have, if I could, because planning is not my forte, if I could ask for a couple of clarifications. At 16.9, the report says the proposal is not considered to have a harmful impact on neighbouring properties. My question is, surely that would matter depending on where you viewed it from. And the impact would vary from property to property as you were looking at number 2. Secondly, I'm heartened that Mr. Miller has said about he's taken on board the proposals for extra planting and screening, because I was concerned about where it says in here that the under 16.4, it speaks of the summer house sitting quietly behind the extension, and this will not lead to a loss of visual amenity. I would have thought that looking at a fence and a blue sky above it to be replaced by a roof line and the back of a summer house would be a loss of visual amenity. If Mr. Miles could give me a clarification on that, I'd be grateful. Other than that, Madam Chairman, I'm happy for the committee to discuss if they wish, and we go move to a vote. I'd be grateful if that was to be so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Miles, would you be happy to come and answer the questions in regard to Councillor Hogg and also Mr. White in regard to dust management and so on? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, so I will start on the question of the control of dust. So yeah, firstly, the health and well-being of all the residents of Colchester is something we take very seriously. We also have a statutory duty under the Equality Act, where we believe there's the potential where someone who has a protected characteristic may be adversely and specifically impacted as a result of that protected characteristic. So yeah, as we mentioned during the consultation process, it's been flagged that there's someone who in the area has the potential to be adversely affected as a result of their protected characteristics, specifically with regards to dust and pollution during construction works. So in light of that, I've recommended a bespoke condition which will require the production and the implementation of a method statement for the control of dust. So that provides us some extra security and certainty in the form of that condition, that measures will be sort of implemented that will look to minimise any potential dust pollution, and so to minimise any disadvantage suffered by the impacted person. And that gives us that bit more security. The advisory notes on construction, as they say, they're advisory. This gives us that little bit more control that we can control that issue of dust. Moving on to matters raised by Councillor Hogg. So I think that the first one was in terms of impact on neighbouring amenity, and as Councillor rightly said, it would inevitably vary between properties. In making my recommendation, I've considered the impact of all adjoining and surrounding properties. So as it says in the report, we have our 45-degree test, which has been considered with regards to the openings to neighbouring number 3 and neighbouring number 1, and it's considered that those tests are are passed with regards to the nearest openings of both of those neighbouring properties. And have also considered potential impacts on the amenity of the properties to the north, which back onto the application site. And again, applying our 25-degree rule, it passes on that. So officers are of the opinion that it accords with our standards in that regard, and as such would not have a materially harmful impact on neighbouring amenity in terms of outlook or light. I think lastly, there was just a question about visual amenity and about the summer house sitting quietly to the rear of the property. So really, I think it's a domestic setting where inevitably you would expect to see domestic paraphernalia such as sheds. It's thought that in this instance that the shed is an acceptable scale and design, and really it's not going to appear as an incongruous addition in that context, and it's also not anticipated to be particularly visible at all from any surrounding public environs such as Evergreen Drive to the north, or indeed from actually on Woodview Close itself.
Thank you very much. And we have had Mr. Miller's assurance that he will be planting and making the whole site visually much better. I have Councillor Chua.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman. We have heard comments from both sides of this application. I just like us to bear in mind that this is a residential area, and any application must be in harmony with neighbors and visitors and everybody who lives along the area there, and be good neighbors and consider each other's problems, especially for Mr. White, whose wife has got the asthma condition. So I hope the situation as such will consider these matters, and hopefully so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chua. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I had a lot of sympathy with Mrs. White's complaints, obviously the impact on her health, but I think hearing from our officer, I'm happy that the conditions that would be included would prove to mitigate that as much as is possible in the circumstances. There are always going to be some bones of contention between neighbours when you have an extension done. And I don't think that we have any planning grounds on which we should do anything other than approve the recommendation that's before us. So I'd like to propose that.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Barton, thank you. Councillor Davidson. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. My concern is, having read the comments on the website, that the neighbour is suggesting that the roof line of the summer house is considerably overlooking their 2-metre fence. And equally, the pictures shown by Mr. Miles don't show any Leylandii hedge that Mr. Miller was suggesting was there on the neighbouring property. So I'd just like to be clear how much overlooking the summer house would actually occur, and the suggestion that it could be a flat roof rather than a pitched roof may alleviate that problem.
Thank you. Yes, I'll just try and get up an image which shows that area in question now, just for some context. So there is, there's some hedging here in terms of the height of the summer house itself. That's on the submitted plans. I'll also just get that up now for clarity. So the proposed summer house has an eaves height of approximately 2.3 meters and a ridge height of 3.25 meters. So it's not disputed that it will come above that fence, and it may be visible from surrounding properties, but officers are of the opinion that the amount that will be visible and its overall scale isn't such that it would be materially harmful to amenity in terms of being overbearing or a loss of outlook in that regard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miles. I'm satisfied that the land-eye hedge will protect the view.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davidson. I can't see anything wrong with this application. I noticed in the photographs we've just seen that further along the road there is a conservatory, so there are extensions in the neighbourhood. And as long as our officers really take into account the dust situation, I think the proposal is worthy of approval. Are you happy to go to the vote committee? Yes. So we have the proposal to approve this subject to the various conditions laid out in the report. All those in favour? Against?
Chairman.
Thank you. Against?
That's none.
Abstentions?
I'm abstaining.
It's one, Chairman.
Thank you. Sorry. We may now move on to the last application, 7.6, which is Box Cottage, the Avenue West, Bergold, and we have Chris Harden to present this case to us. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chairman. I'll just share my screen so you can see the presentation. Mouse is not working too well here. Can you see that? Yes, you can. Right, so this is an application at Box Cottage in West Bergold. It's a proposed first floor rear extension, and there's also a detached annex for a carer. So I'll just take you through the plans. So this is the site plan. Property at the front of the site there is Box Cottage, pretty narrow but quite lengthy rear garden, and you'll see that it's a closely knit overall context with a narrow lane in front of it known as the avenue. This is an aerial photograph and showing the context of the site. This is a wider view showing the road network. You'll see the avenue runs in front of the property and in front of a number of dwellings, but note that that is a very narrow avenue, certainly at a lot of points along it. And this is a view of the existing property, showing the dwelling and then a single-storey extension to the rear. There is some parking provision at the front of the site. It's fair to say that there's one full-size parking space and then potential for a smaller car. And I'll show you the photographs to show that two cars can get on the site, but it's also fair to say that that is tight for the second car. So that's the existing dwelling. And now this shows the proposal. So
To the rear of the dwelling, you're building up to a first floor extension. And then to the rear of the site, you will see the proposed annex for the carer. This shows the rear extension above the, so basically creating a first floor to the rear. This is the revised plan because there were objections received from neighbours about potential overlooking from the Juliet balcony to the rear. So essentially that will be obscure glazed up to 1.7 metres above floor level. So that should avoid any overlooking problems. Similarly, any elements of the roof light not above the 1.7 metres in height will be obscure glazed in order to avoid overlooking. This is a picture of the annex. It's quite a small unit, as you can see. It's got a bathroom and then a sort of a small kitchen and a sort of a sitting and sleeping area, really. It's a larger scale picture of it. So that's a bed sitting area in front of the sink and the bathroom to the rear. So that would be for the carer. Just take you through the photographs now. So that's the front of the property. You'll see that there's room for one large car and also room for a smaller car in front of the dwelling there. The garage has already been converted, so will no longer be available, but that would have been a small garage in any case, not meeting the standards. So there is room for two cars at the front. This is the view looking further to the side of the dwelling, showing the neighbouring property. This is the view of the rear of the property. You'll note that the originally approved dwelling had high level windows on that rear elevation to avoid overlooking. So we will continue that element of avoiding overlooking. This is the view towards the further to the rear of the property. And then a view down the garden. So that shed would be replaced with the annex. A closer view. And then another side view of the dwelling and down the side of the property. Further views of the property. That's the front of the property. So I'll just go back to the, probably best to go to the layout plan at the moment, showing the context. So in terms of consultations, we've had a response from the Highway Authority who are now not objecting to the scheme. They didn't object in the first place, but they've confirmed that as it's a private drive, they have no concerns about the proposal. They did state in an informative that if vehicles do park overhanging the avenue and not entirely on the site, then there could be some blockage caused to the avenue, given that it's such a narrow driveway. So in terms of the planning considerations, firstly, you will note that there are medical issues within the family, and a member of the family has got protected characteristics, hence the submission of the annex for a carer. Nevertheless, we still need to consider the planning issues of the application. And in that respect, in terms of the design, scale and form of the extension, that's considered to be in keeping with the character of the existing dwelling and would not detract from the character of the street scene. As I've said, there will be obscure glazed windows on the roof lights and the rear elevation, so that will avoid any overlooking. It's not considered the extension would be overbearing on the neighbours. It is far enough away from neighbouring property to avoid that impact. You can see that there is a fair distance from neighbouring properties in that respect. With regard to the annex, it's considered the need has been demonstrated for this. A letter has been submitted from the NHS confirming the requirements and confirming the issues within the family. So the need has been clearly established in our opinion. In terms of the design scale and form of the annex, that's considered to be acceptable in this context. So single-storey dwelling, relatively low in height and far enough from neighbouring properties to avoid any overbearing impacts. It would avoid any impact on vegetation, so it's acceptable in that respect. Just take you to a picture of the annex while you're considering that. In terms of highways issues, this has been looked at very carefully because it's something that neighbours have raised concern about. It's fair to say that an annex for a carer may result in some extra pressure for parking. Nevertheless, there are 2 parking spaces available on the site. One of them is tight, but you could fit a car on there, as can be shown from the photograph. And it's also fair to say that there would not be any parking available within the lane, because if there was any overspill parking, that would block certain aspects of the lane. So we're not relying on any on-street parking on the lane, which is known as the avenue. It's considered that there is this need for the annex and that it would be unreasonable to refuse the proposal on inadequate parking on the site. Overall, it's considered, as there are 2 spaces within the property, and this is a small scale unit, that the proposal can be accepted in terms of its relation and impact on parking provision. So we would also want to put a construction management plan condition on, because it is a tightly knit site and there would need to be great care when building the proposal to avoid blocking the avenue to any significant degree. The owner may have to park a car away from the site while construction is undertaken. We'll also need details of where the construction vehicles will be parking and how you're going to get the materials to the rear, etc. So that condition will be applied. So overall, the recommendation is approval with the conditions outlined in the committee report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harden. We have no public speakers, but we do have Councillor Willits, who will address us by Zoom. Councillor Willits.
Thank you, Chairman. Certainly at planning training, we're always told to distinguish between the circumstances of the applicant, which are not necessarily material planning issues, and have been mentioned, and support from the health service. But nevertheless, several residents in the area have approached me because they were concerned about the prospect of an annex suddenly popping up at the bottom of their garden. And my call-in referred purely to the annex, not to the main dwelling, where I think all the problems have been professionally solved in negotiation by our planning officer. But we have to bear in regard to this development, there are several rear gardens which meet at a common point, as you just saw on the map. It's a very narrow site, as was put, it's a sort of closely knit context. And the concern was that an annex, a residential annex, is being shoehorned into a very tight space indeed, in quite an exposed position at the bottom of the gardens of several of the surrounding residences. Now, I'm sure the standard condition be occupied by the carer or the family. It must be an adjunct to the main dwelling and not sold or let separately. And certainly that does seem to reduce much of the concern of the local residents. But I should report to the planning committee that there is sort of nagging doubts about this type of development, albeit the reasons for it are perhaps exceptional. And if the committee is minded to give planning permission, as many of us hope they will, we hope that it will not set a precedent and allow anyone to put up a residential annex in such a tightly constrained area at the bottom of a garden, long way removed from the actual main dwelling, and in close proximity to the other dwellings. The site, if there were not special considerations, would, I think, be seen as extremely poor to support such a development. And therefore we thought that local residents thought that this is a decision which should be taken by the planning committee rather than under delegated powers. And we hope that the planning committee will make absolutely clear that they are really bending to a maximum what constitutes good planning here, and that this does not signal time for an avalanche of similar residential applications shoehorned into gardens at in West Bergholt or anywhere else in the it's really a note of caution rather than opposition that because of the special considerations there is general support for this annex, but that it would set a very unfortunate precedent in planning terms if it was allowed to go wild and get out of control and become the norm. So we hope the Planning Commission will stress that there is some exceptional proven need for this, and it should not be seen as the right of anyone to use this as a precedent for doing similar in their gardens in and around the area. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Willits. Mr. Harden, would you like to comment on Councillor Willits' comments?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I agree that there are special considerations in this case. And nevertheless, if annexes were applied for in other gardens, each case would be judged on its merits, including the planning considerations. I think in this case, there is still a substantial garden space left, and the annex would sit relatively quietly at the end of the garden and is quite small scale, particularly in terms of its overall floor area. And the special considerations do add additional weight to its acceptability. But nevertheless, it is a good point that we do need to take care when annexes are applied for, particularly in these tightly knit circumstances. You do need to consider retained garden space, impact on neighbouring amenity, and any highway considerations and parking. So if any annexes do come in on other applications, I'm sure those considerations will be looked at. And we will make sure that the conditions as in the report are applied, in particular the carer stroke annex use and the construction management plan. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Councillor Lilly, please.
Yeah, it is a different application and quite extraordinary. And I applaud the applicant of what he's doing actually to build this for a carer for someone who's seriously ill. And it's a shame that some of the people further off, all they can see is the fact that this could lead to more being built like this. But in this day and age of where we are, and speaking of personal experience, I don't blame him for doing everything he can to build an annex for a carer, because after my experience, I wouldn't have wished for my mother to have gone into the hospital. I wish he'd stayed at home and she wouldn't have been neglected and died on her own in there. And I think we're going to see more and more of this because it's a terrible situation. And I applaud the applicant and also the neighbouring people as well who have recognised the need for this, and they haven't objected. But I think the parish council have got it exactly right on this one. Their proposal in there is perfect for that. So I'm happy to support what they've said in this application. I'm happy to propose the application as well, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lilly. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Pearce. Councillor Oxford, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, obviously, with this application, it's an unusual one. There is evidence to support the fact that protected characteristics under the Equalities Act requires an annex for carer. My only point about that is, can it be conditioned that it can only ever be used for that purpose? Because my concern is that down the line, it might want to be turned into ordinary residential.
Mr. Harden, can you comment on that?
Well, they have applied for annex for carer. The condition we're recommending is ancillary purposes, which essentially means that it could be a carer or a relative of the occupants of the host dwelling. That's what we would normally have in terms of an urban annex that would be for a relative, and this has got the addition of a carer. Whether we would be justified in just saying it's for a carer is debatable, and Simon might want to make a comment
Not
on
being
that.
funny, it's an easy out though, that all of a sudden they care, that a relative. That's a bit worrying.
Yes, Chairman, I mean, it is a very small building. There's not much room to do much in there, but perhaps Simon might want to comment on that point.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I think at the end of the day, what we're trying to control here is preventing independent use from the principal dwelling. So whether it's a carer or a relative, both of those preconditions would meet that test, would ensure that it's not occupied independently of the main dwelling house.
Thank you, Mr. Cairns. Councillor Davidson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wondered, Mr. Harden, whether you could clarify the Juliet balcony isn't opening, which is great, but my concern is that particular bedroom. Are there any openings? Are one of the Veluxes, for example, in that bedroom? Because ventilation should be a key issue.
Have you heard that?
Thank you, Mr. Harden. Do we have any other comments, or are you happy to go to the vote? Okay, we have all those in favour of the proposal to approve.
That's unanimous, Chairman.
Thank you very much, committee. That application is approved. And may I ask committee members not to run away? We have something nice to finish off our evening. It's Jan's last meeting of the planning committee, and I understand she leaves the council tomorrow after more than 20 years service. And we are very grateful for all her support that she has given us, and we just have a little presentation we would like to give. Thank you.
I'll say thank you to everyone for bearing with me on my journey and learning to be a democratic services officer at the kind of end of my career with the borough. It's been very challenging, but great fun. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.